Can you hear me? Are you able to? Are you able to hear me, Matt? Are you able to hear me? Okay.
Final Fantasy players, top 16 players. You may begin.
To be fair, mine's not significant.
Do you have the timer?
That shop sound is very loud. Oh, there we go. I was like, holy moly. Yeah, absolutely. If you're on YouTube, please let me know if you can hear me. Make sure everything is coming through sound and all that. Okay, I think I'm coming through on YouTube. Okay, so we're a little behind, and I don't know who these players are, but let's start the commentary process. And forgive me, it's a little early in the morning where I'm at, so forgive me if I'm a hair still sleepy. But let's jump right into some Final Fantasy action. So I'm gonna guess. So given the fact that Riku came out on the right side, I'm gonna guess that's Sam Tool on the right, and the left is on. Is this Mono Earth? Yeah, they went ahead and did a early Leo limit breaks. That kind of tells me they don't maybe have amazing choices, but it's these two backups to one. Looks like we're putting out. What is that card? Is that Minwoo? I can't really tell what that is. It's something that killed something. Oh, it's Gilgamesh. Okay. I didn't recognize the art. I just talked about that card the other day. I was like, does anybody use that? Oh, okay. So this is Ryan. So Ryan, I'm assuming then paid 6 for a Gilgamesh, runs into a bonus burst, which is Amber, which means Sam is going to go search out likely either another Amber or Shinju. We're going to go ahead and put that out. It says, yep. Sam is now very happy to just set his backups with the Gilgamesh on the field. Ryan essentially can break any forward or I think monster as well that Sam were to put out. So he says, "No, that's okay. I'll just take some time. Excuse me, carve out some backups." I said, "Sorry, it's a bit early here for me, folks. Just bear with me." Ah, water tastes great. Sam goes ahead and plops down the Shinju. Do we have another backup? We do. Oh, we have the leather worker. Looks like. So Sam, where we saw him last night on stream, in a good spot. He's got 4 backups set up. Here comes Leo. Leo with the little mirror hits himself, and then we hit another bonus burst. There's Mr. Ingus. I'm gonna go search out Warrior of Light. Holy moly! Which as long as we have a Riku or a Leo, we are ready to bring him down off of these 4 backups. Now, granted, excuse me, Warrior of Light is not the invincible beast he once was, thanks to Gilgamesh's ability. So even if he's on the board, yeah, he can block anything, but Gilgamesh can actually just snap him away by paying 3. I think it's 2 Earth and 1. We put down, I think that's a Kryl backup. I don't actually remember what that card even does, but he just played it and passed, so it must not have an amazing effect, or maybe it has an optional one that he chose not to do. Let me see if I can pull it up. Kryl. Enters the field, you can discard a summon to shoot something for 8,000. He can also pay 2 Earth, dull it, break it, put it in the break zone, get a summon back. Okay. Kind of your basic summoner backup shenanigans. Ugh. Holy moly. You know, it's funny. After yesterday, I was like, "Well, I probably got a few extra minutes. They're not gonna start on time," and then they're like dead right on time tonight. So good on you, boys. Presumably, we're gonna put out something that generates CP of any color, so we can get out this Warrior of Light. So we have that possibility. Excuse me. Man, you're on the West Coast and you're up, Rosa. You're an early riser. So we got a free leather worker. Ingus for 1. Probably. We can't do wool this turn then, because we've already used too many backups. We do go ahead and get Riku. Now, barring some other form of removal, this Ingus is just going to die to this Gilgamesh. I don't think we're going to jam Riku outright, because then that just means it would also just die immediately to the Gilgamesh. We can't use the wall yet, so I'm assuming we're just going to pass here. Yep, as he does. So whatever else Ryan does, presumably he's going to swing in and knock this Ingus out with Gilgamesh. He could put him all the way to 5. He could put Sam essentially on lethal, even without adding anything to his backup or forward line. So what looks like to not be an aggressive deck is actually putting on a decent amount of pressure. Oh, okay. We actually just cast Titan. I want to say that Titan, so it can only be cast with Ur CP. That part I know. I think it just does 9,000 damage or something, or it can like Is it break a dull forward? Let me pull it up. I know that I remember the 9,000 damage part. Titan says only RCP, choose one of the following two effects. Forward 9,000 damage, dull forward break. Yep, I remembered it. Looks like we put down Kolka. Going to search out Epitaph. Are we going to jam that Epitaph out? And we're going to switch. So presumably we're going to see tap one back up, put out Riku, cast Warrior of Light. Warrior of Light's going to start doing some damage. We do open ourselves up for a Shantoto on Ryan's part, but yeah, when you're not really paying for any of it, who cares? Excuse me. Yep, there's a Riku. Oh, we actually pitched Sophie. That's interesting we had Sophie in hand. I almost wonder if you would want to hold that. No, he goes for his classic combo. We saw this yesterday. We're going to miss Dragon the Break Zone. Yeah, ooh. Ooh. Man. Yeah, that's I don't know. I mean, granted, I know Sophie's not like the condition she used to be where like you have to see her. Sam clearly didn't and doesn't need her based on how he did yesterday. I just wonder if there's something else you could have pitched over her because you could have just played her off the backups then. Like I guess the one concern is if you do run into a Shantoto. Sam is pausing. Does he have his own Mist Dragon to counter this with? The Riku effect's already on the stack. So I'm assuming the only thing he could really do in response is his own Mist Dragon to cancel the Mist Dragon. I guess deciding whether he wants to give up that many cards from hand. He'd basically dump his whole hand if he does it. But he would draw one off the Warrior of Light and get back the Sonin. How badly does he want that Sonin? Or maybe he's thinking of the Sophie. How badly do I want that Sophie? Yep, Sam lets it go. Says okay. No Sophie win condition. Warrior of Light activates. We draw ourselves a card. He must have really liked what he had in hand. Looks like an Ingus and a second Warrior of Light. So that's probably why he's like, no, I want to be able to do this again. I don't want to. I don't want to give all that up. I'm assuming he also has Mist Dragon. Otherwise, why stall and think about it? But good morning, Lisa. Thank you for saying hello. Happy Mother's Day to everybody out there. Pitching. Or are we going to hit our limit? Oh, we're just going in on the Tidus. Nice. All right. Yeah. Warrior of Light could have easily pinged off this Leo, but we don't even need to worry about it. Sam just says, nope, I'm going to use this Tidus while I got it. Leo's going to go into Oblivion. We'll send probably Kryl. Yeah, probably Kryl at the top of the deck. Draw 2 cards. Really reload. Sam looking in a man. It's really interesting to see Tidus used kind of I don't want to say in an aggressive manner because he's got a full 5 backups, but this early, usually people I see use it as a finisher. And Sam's clearly more than happy to be like, nah, I'm just gonna do it now. So Ryan would love a Shantoto here. Not that board wipes are super effective against this deck as we saw yesterday. But a Toto, a Shinryu, what's his face? Shadow Lord. Shadow Lord would get 2 things. He's probably not as good. Titan. You'll never see that card again. Too many 9Ks now. Is that Chaos? Yeah, it looks like Chaos. So he's probably going to get this Tidus, I'd imagine. I mean, Ark's going to come down too. Or do we give him the Ingus? Yeah. Here comes a free. What is that? Leatherworker? Or no, that's Miner. Okay. There's 2 Une, a Miner, and a Leatherworker. So we got 2 hits. Go ahead and grab the Leatherworker. For a second, I was like, wait, that doesn't play it onto the field, but Ryan essentially just skipped the step where he gets to play it for free anyway. So Ryan also now set up on 5 backups. So Ryan's list is on Chaos Arc, which I'm pretty sure we know Sam's list isn't. I do have the deck list, but I don't want to look away from the action to check. I will give that a quick look between the rounds. I'm assuming Ryan doesn't have the arc. I feel like he probably would have just snapped it off, unless he's waiting until Sam's turn, which he could be. If Sam had another Titan in hand where he could just get rid of this Chaos immediately, that way it's like, all right, you have to fire the arc off now or you've got to overpay for it. Okay, Sam does have Mist Dragon in hand, so he was considering that earlier. I see it now. I see it now. I see it, as Joker from Persona 5 would say. Checking his limit break deck. Are we going for our second Titus? Probably a little early for that, especially since our first one's still on the field. You can swing in with everything but Riku. I don't think you overly care if Titus trades with Ingus. Titus has done his job. Yeah, ideally, you want to get rid of that Chaos this turn, because if it goes back to Ryan's turn, Chaos can just break your Ingus to break your own Warrior of Light. We do have Sonnen in hand. Excuse me. But Sonnen's just a 5k shrink. And Ryan knows he's got it in hand. I don't think he's going to be foolish enough to block unless he's willing to give up that trade. So we do have a Toto. We're letting go. We're going to limit break again. Hit Leo. Interesting. Okay, so we don't really like anything we have in hand. We're trying to find something else. I see a couple backups. I see a Mist Dragon. I don't really see anything offensive. Looks like it's mainly defensive options or characters we already have in play. We do have a lot of spare cards to give up for the arc, though, if that ends up coming up. So that's not terrible. Are we thinking of limit breaking again? Sam's checking his deck. So he's burned a Titus. That's at least, 4 cards plus a Leo. That's 6. So really the only thing he should have left is Zach and Matt. Matt isn't really good here. I mean, it just keeps the Titus alive, but again, I don't think you care. Yep, so here comes Warrior of Light. Hit our opposing Warrior of Light into damage. That's got to feel good. And there's a bonus burst. Ryan hits a Kusith. He's going to go ahead and look for something delicious from his break zone. Is that Neo X-Death? No, that's Leo. Gets his own Leo, so now he's got multi-elements. Oh, wow, we are hitting our limit with Zach. Well, I wonder what for. Are we going to combine? Oh, we're going to combine this with Sonnen. Okay. Oh, well, never mind. By Sonnen, I mean Warrior of Light. Okay, so Ryan didn't have the arc. Interesting. Okay. The Titus was paid for because the Riku says all of your backups can produce CP of any element. So he was essentially each one of them was able to produce water. Yeah, Riku and Leo both allow that. Speaking of which, Ryan's gonna do that on his turn. Leo comes down, his own Warrior of Light for free. Reactivate everything. Look at those 2 beautiful full arts. Excuse me. And now we'll have the big Warrior of Light standoff. So opposing Leos are certainly in trouble. Granted, Ryan's Leo does get 1,000 power for every character. So his is a much beefier boy, whereas Sam's Leo is just a poor 3k. So he'll not be doing so much. So here comes Warrior of Light. Go in. I think if you're Sam, you just block with the Leo, right? Because you know he's going to ping it off anyway. Yeah, there you go. I was like, it's not lasting beyond that. And now we're not quite in a stalemate, but you can Ryan can send Sam's Ingus into him. Certainly doesn't need to. Oh, okay, now Ryan's hitting his limit with Cloud, which will kill. We can't hit. It's going to be Riku, yeah. So the only targets are Riku and Zach. Sends Riku packing. Oh, and at the end of his turn, Sam just says, yep, I will return that Mist Dragon from earlier. Let's send your break zone packing. Man, how cool would Sophie be here? Where you could just essentially win the game on your turn. But Ryan knows he got rid of it earlier. So Sam has lost his ability to generate CP of any element currently because he does not have Riku on the board. If he has another Riku in hand, or perhaps his own 1-cost King Leo. I mean, Warrior of Light can still safely go. Oh, Kuseth, are we going to try to get back Riku? Or no, we're going to get back Ingus. Asking Ryan, do you have a response to this? Ryan trying to decide, is it worth it to Mist Dragon this? Excuse me. Ingus could search us out, Leo or Riku. Sam looks like he's mathing out a bunch of things. Chooses Ingus. Says, is this good? Yep, it is. Ingus comes out for 1 CP. 6 cost 9k for 1. Feels pretty good. Going to search out, again, I'm assuming one of our color fixers. Otherwise, you can't really use all those multi-element stuffs. No, goes for the Une. Okay. Interesting. Do we have a way to generate water currently? Une is quite strong here. We can't cut off the Warrior of Light, though, because he's got a full 5 backups. Kind of interesting he didn't just go for something like Neo X Death. Like, you could just Neo X Death the board and then attempt to finish the game. Well, no, never mind. He's only on 6 damage. You'd still get rid of all those forwards, which would be pretty cool. Maybe that's too big of a commitment. We saw him just snap it off yesterday. We have a Montleonis. It looks like Sam has Montleonis in hand. Granted, I don't know what targets he really has to revive at this point. I guess Riku would be one. Sophie would have been amazing. Sam really thinking this one over. I mean, he's got to have a lot of options based on what he has in hand. He used one Mist Dragon, so we know he has Ingus. Or no, he played the Ingus. He's got the Une, but he doesn't actually have the CP to generate it closely. He's mathing something. He does have another Mist Dragon. We just saw that there. Yeah, he's mathing something out. I don't see how he can get lethal this turn. He only has 3 attackers, unless there's some kind of hidden haste in his deck. Maybe he's just trying to math out what threats he has to worry about on Ryan's turn. Yeah, he's thinking about it. He's giving a good old once. Okay, finally moving to combat. Sending in the Warrior of Light. We offering a trade? On the stack, obviously uses effect. Ping who? Cloud, Ingus, Leo? Hits the Leo. Leo is a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Does Leo count himself? He's either an 8k or he's a 9k right now. I don't remember if he says other than himself. We did give up our Warrior of Light. Okay, there's Montleonis. Oh, okay, we're just going to bring Warrior of Light back. Actually, we're going to bring back Riku. Never mind. Interesting. I wonder why we didn't send the Tidus in either. Want the blocker, maybe? And then are we just passing at that point? Yeah, we are. Interesting. So, Ryan, if he can get his own one-sided board wipe, that'd be really sick if he had his own Neo X Death, or what else would even do it? I guess it's basically got to be Neo X Death. Everything else hits his own board. Does have a Shantoto in hand. Puts out... Okay, he does have Shadow Lord. I think... But I think we have 5 different jobs, don't we? Or no, sorry, not Shadow Lord. That's Genova Synthesis. So with 5 Earth backups, it's going to do 8,000. Wow, Sam casts Amaterasu. Didn't even know he was running it in the deck. Well, that's exactly why he put the Riku out, because he says, okay, now I've got Fire CP on my backup line. So Genova Synthesis just comes in and essentially does nothing. Looks like we're sending Ingus in. Just for a point of damage. Sam will take it. Hits that Une. Kind of surprised he's valuing the Tidus. Maybe Sam's trying to go for his own lethal next turn. I was like, the Tidus has done his job. Although, granted, not that he can cast another one. He's used too much of his limit. Speaking of hitting our limit, Ryan is going to use his limit, use Victoria to just get rid of the Riku. Well, there goes Sam's color engine. If he was hoping to recast Warrior of Light or anything like that this turn, it was not going to happen. 1, 2, 3, 4. So so Ryan's got a nice big board. I mean, Sam does too. He's got big 4 forwards. It's so funny in these mono Earth decks and to see all the different colors that are out right now. Water and fire and lightning. Thanks to all those color fixing shenanigans. Are we casting Mist Dragon? Looks like we might. We might just be doing this as like a digging Mist Dragon. It looks like he drew a backup off of it. That is not what Sam was looking for. And we're just gonna pass. Sam cannot find anything he wants. We'll see if Ryan's got any better luck. And Ryan does have the color fixing right now that Sam does not. That's going to be kind of key in these matchups, who can keep their color fixer. Ingus, you could just trade Ingus for Ingus. Nope. Ooh, loses a color fixer, Riku to damage. Sam did not want to see that one go. That's what he wishes he was drawing off that Mist Dragon. Here comes Genova Synthesis. Is she only an 8K or is she a 9K? Yep, we'll trade with the Ingus, so she's a 9K. You could also block Montleonis and then pop his trigger. Oh, and there's Chaos. Okay. Oh, and this time we do have the arc. All right. This looks like Ryan's in pretty heavy control. We give up the Montleonis. We're going to go ahead and discard 2 cards. All right. I don't think there's even a way to Shantoto with all our backups locked in, but this is a time you need that Neo X Death or Toto or something. This was looking good for Sam early, but Ryan has definitely turned it around. He's struggled to get his color fixer. So there's Une. We will bounce. I was like, please, not Ingus. Not Ingus. Oh, it's his own Ingus. That's why I didn't realize Ryan still had his own Ingus. Okay, then yeah, you absolutely want to bounce your own Ingus. And Sam will just one to search out. I can't tell what that is because of the glare. Was that a Montleonis maybe? But that's it. That's the whole turn. I mean, Sam's got a bunch of beefy 9K blockers. If Ryan has any kind of just like removal, well, there's Garnet. We can get back a Arc. Yeah, Arc's pretty good removal. Yep, and there goes his hand. Arc Chaos, man. Is not a combo to be messed with. Gives up his own to break Ingus. Is this lethal? Granted, Tidus is still a 9K. Do we have one more thing to get rid of Tidus? No, we just passed. Let's see, what did we have? Did we have enough attackers? We ran in with 2 Tidus. Let's see, 1, 2. Yeah, I think we just still had enough attackers. Could have sent 4 people in. Tidus can block 2 of them, but then the other 2 still go to damage. So looks like Orion's going to get that first round. And we'll shuffle up for round 2. It was we were a little late getting started, so I'm not sure who got to go first that round. I think Ryan is the higher seed, so I would imagine he got to go first. I'm going to check their list really quick. Yeah, so looks like... Oh, there's actually a Gabranth on Ryan's list. We just didn't see it. There is a Shadow Lord. He's got the one of Gilgamesh. Okay, yep. Looks like pretty standard fare. Turns out Chaos Arc is pretty good, right? Yeah. Turns out paying what they cost 20 CP together, but you often are only paying 7 or less. Pretty brutal. And the break isn't really a huge deal, but man, the discard that Arc has, where you just hit your hand, can just make it so hard to come back. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna blow my nose. All right, we've got an Amber. Gonna pitch an Amber and an Amaterasu for an Amber. Search out Shinju. Will we slap down that Shinju right away? Or no, did we pitch 3 things? Oh, maybe he's pre-pitching for the Shinju. He's just saying, yeah, I'm gonna play Shinju when it comes down. Yep, that's what it was. Ryan will start with just a Cryo. Probably gonna pass after this. Yeah, so I feel like I have to give the advantage to Ryan's list here just because it has Chaos Arc, which is just an element that Sam's list just does not contain. Yeah, these are pretty neat decks, so unfortunately one of them's gonna have to take the other one out. Did Sam just hard pass? Yeah, I think he did. Does it look like Ryan drew again? Wow. Ryan hits a Tyro. Almost whiffs, but we do get the Tyro. And we got a Leatherworker. So we actually pay for it. He wants to be able to play that Tyro on curve. And Sam says, ooh, a minor. I kind of like that idea. Let's do that myself. Really flip those quick. Hits another minor. We're just going to go ahead and jam that one out. You bet your butt we are. Ooh, there's that Neo X death. And is it Claris? Yep, it is Claris. So both our boys are ramping out to 5 backups very quickly. If he's got one thing in his list, and Grant, I don't know if Ryan's running this in his list. I didn't get a full look at it. I would try to hold on to that Sophie if you can. That could potentially be your out. That one little advantage you have that maybe Ryan doesn't. Ryan's going to grab Gilgamesh off of the Tyro. Does Sam have his bread and butter Riku combo that he loves so much? We know he can go to 5 backups. I almost wonder if you leave a slot open potentially for a Toto. I mean, and Sam runs Amaterasu, whereas I don't believe Ryan has that in his list. So your Toto potentially could be stronger. All right, they were playing very quickly, but now taking a breath, trying to decide what to do. Sam could easily go to 5 if he wants to. Maybe just figuring out whether that's the right thing to do or not. Yep, we will go in on the backup. Claris. We can go and get ourselves a king. I'm assuming we're going to get our 1-cost Leo forward. So we can be color fixed. I'm assuming we're probably going to pass here unless we have like Ingus in hand. I don't think we're going to go in on a Leo and just expose him. No, we are. Oh, wow. Okay. So yeah, Leo's going to be with 5 backups. He should be a 6K, right? Plus his own 1,000 power. Kind of surprised he would just put him out there. It feels like he's just opening him up to removal for no reason. Yeah, Toto is terrible against Chaos as it does make it completely free. So, but sometimes you need that board wipe. So we'll see if he wants to bite the bullet or not. Excuse me. Ryan says, I see your 5 backups. I'll add my own. It's like playing a poker game. He says, all right, 5th backup. Ryan says, all right, I'll call. I'll match that. We also play Claris. This time, our king of choice is going to be Epitaph, which means Ryan likely has a Leo already in his hand. There's Ingus. Excuse me. Well, if he doesn't, he's about to have it now. There's Leo. And let the Leo wars begin. Somebody get a Gentiana out here. Get these suckers dull so their effects don't happen. Sam would absolutely love Warrior of Light. I was just about to say Warrior of Light, and look what's in his hand. Mr. Warrior of Light right there on top. He does have Sophie in hand, too. That's pretty nice. Sorry if I'm a little sniffly, folks. It's a bit early in the morning for me. All right, Warrior of Light comes down for free, reactivates our backups. He's ready to go in and do some work. Sophie would be online right now with just Warrior of Light and Leo on the board. We go to combat. Sam hoping he doesn't hit any of those juicy EX bursts. Probably hoping he slaps an Arc or a Chaos right into damage. Checking Ryan's hand size. See him doing some math in his head. I know he at least has Sophie in hand. I don't know what else he had beside that. Is he concerned about burst potentially? Or perhaps just trying to anticipate something else, maybe like a Sonin. Attacks. Oh, nice. Warrior of Light. The old looking in a mirror. Says, hey, I know that card. It's like the Spider-Man being pointing at each other. I know you. Tapping 1, potentially considering something like a Riku, maybe? We doing Sophie? Oh, there's our girl. Actually pitches from hand, probably expecting the Sophie trigger at the end of the turn for hand size. Sophie hits another fellow Earth Water multi-element into damage, which is Garnet. Getting to see a Sophie resolve on stream in 2024. What a gift. Happy Mother's Day. We got a Chaos Arc coming. Yep, we certainly do. I mean, granted, I don't know if the arc's in there yet, but it probably is. Yeah. Oh, it is. It 100% is. Chaos or Arc is going to snap off this Leo. Says, I'm going to cut off all your multi-element shenanigans. Miss Dragon, unfortunately, cannot cancel a summon as powerful as Arc. We could potentially protect the Leo. You could Miss Dragon to say, right? Does it say it doesn't take damage, or does it say, ooh, do we have the Amaterasu in hand? Oh my god, you have to snap this off on the Chaos. Yep. So we will get rid of the Chaos. Oh my god, we had a second Arc. Holy moly. So one of the bottom arc will fizzle because they both targeted Leo, but the Chaos will die, which means that Ryan will at least have to pay full price if he wants to do any more of these. Does Sam have anything he wants to do on the stack of that even? He really tried to save his Leo because he needs all his multi-element stuff. We have Miss Dragon, but again, I don't think Miss Dragon prevents them from being broken. I think Miss Dragon just says dull, they don't receive any damage, and Arc is just a straight break. So I'm not really sure what else he has that he could do to prevent this. I don't think he has anything that prevents pinging Chaos. Isn't the Amaterasu already going to kill the Chaos? Or maybe he's doing that so that Ryan can't take his... Well, no, because... So the Amaterasu will kill the Chaos, so it's not going to steal anything. Are we going to have some extra ping on top? Then we already Amaterasu'd, right? Or is that in the case of a Mist Dragon? Case of Glass, break Mist Dragon? Huh. So it looks like we say that resolves. We're going to cast Mist Dragon, remove the break zone. Okay. Are we digging for an answer? Oh, we have Sonin. Okay. Okay. So Sonin is going to increase Sophie's power by 5,000. Why did Warrior of Light die? Maybe Ryan targeted... Oh, and there's our own Warrior of Light. It says, yeah, whatever. Here's a free card anyway. It looked like he targeted the Leo with the arc both times. Maybe he didn't. Maybe he verbally had said Warrior of Light. It like I thought I saw a gesture there where he gestured it towards the Leo. So I assumed he did it on the Leo twice. But he must have targeted Warrior of Light as well. So Sophie's got, I think she's a 9,000 right now. Yes, we'll just take a point of damage. There's another Leo. Ooh, Sam would have liked to have seen that. I think, didn't Ingus just come out this turn? Or was he here last turn? Well, guess he was there last turn because he went in for an attack. No help on the burst, and there's a cloud. Oh, we're just going to go and get rid of the Sophie. Kind of surprised Ryan's worried about that card, given that Sam doesn't have a hand, so who knows if he can even turn it online. But just wants to say for sure, nah, I just want it gone with. Chaos Double Arc, 29 CP for the price of, what, 5-7? Feels pretty good. Sonin is just a lone 5k defender. Not looking good for Sam at the moment. Even if he drew that Leo, yeah, he'd have the color fixing, but he just doesn't have the cards in hand. Arc just shredding his hand to pieces. I mean, you could limit break Toto. Does he have enough to even pay for that? I think he's gonna have to do it. Sam's hit his limit. Chen Toto cost him his whole hand, but he didn't have much choice. So it's what he had. All right, here you go. Oh man, and Une, what a counter. Excuse me. And this Une is gonna start getting summoned backs too. Well, we did draw into backup Toto now. Do you just fire that off? It doesn't feel amazing against just an Une, but it gets rid of it. Make sure you do not want Ryan to start recurring those arcs, or any other summon for that matter. No, it doesn't look like it. Sam looks like he's considering the Shinju. So the only nice thing about facing off against Une is that it's probably not attacking. You know he's going to be using it to just recur value from his break zone, so you won't be under any damage pressure. But yeah, free summons are. We've seen how strong free summons are. That's not something you want to be under the threat of. At the same time, dumping your whole hand to Shantoto and Une, it doesn't feel so good. Sam is in a pickle here. Yeah, Shinju pass. I almost wonder if he should have left the slot open for. No, wow, Ryan is going to attack. We hit a bonus burst. Get our Riku back. Well, maybe that's an. I'm really surprised Ryan attacked there. I guess Garnet's going to get back our summons. That's interesting. Most people usually just hold the Une up for what's it called? Summon recursion. There's Riku. And we have the Warrior of Light. Okay, Sam's got a little breath of fresh air. We got a chance here. Yeah. It does make people in the chat saying the Shantoto does make Chaos Arc free, which is 100% true. So he's probably very hesitant to use it because of that. Man, if we could exile Ryan's break zone. Did we get rid of all the arcs? I don't think they were in the break zone when we missed Dragon, were they? Yeah, I think they're all still sitting in there. So we do have our little Riku Warrior of Light engine online. That is nice. That Une can potentially threaten arcs at this point. Hey, there's Ingus. Are we going to go get another Leo Sonin? Our own Une? I honestly don't hate the idea of our own Une to bounce Ryan's Une and just say, yeah, reset that. Get into those Une wars. Because I don't think you want that thing to untap. Gonna get Montleonis. Ooh, are we gonna get Sophie back? I don't hate Sophie either. And he's cheaper. 1, 2, 3 plus 5. So Montleonis only costs 3 right now, I think. He's reduced by 1 for every Earth character we control. We have our own Une, so we could also Une. Granted, Sam doesn't want to overcommit into a board. As Ryan, I'm sure, has his own Shantoto he could drop down, and Ryan doesn't have to worry about Chaos Arc. But at the same time, yeah, I just don't know if you can let this Une live. If he gets to start pulling back summons off of it. Could also just go in with the Warrior of Light, see what happens. Yep, that's what we're going to do. It's a it's a bonus burst. Ryan says, thank you very much. I'll go get Chaos. Okay, now Une has to die. You cannot let those arcs start coming back. Oh my goodness. I'm suddenly regretting that decision. And the Une does come down. We have to target the Une. We'll pick one of the backups. Probably Tyro. Yeah. Make him repay for it if he really wants it. Cut off direct color fixing. Motley Onus. Ooh, we are going all in on the big board. We can give back Sophie. Yeah, there she is, and she's online. Hopefully we don't hit another burst at the end of. And we do. It's a bonus burst. Claris might be a little less punishing. Nah, we're still gonna get a Leo. Oof. Oof. Now we do have an insane board, so if Ryan doesn't have any any, what's it called, board wide removal, then at least Chaos Arc will be a little less punishing. And granted, we have Chaos, we don't have Arc in hand, right? Unless we've drawn into it. And we know 2 are in the break zone. So there's only 1 left in the deck. But Ryan does also have to answer this board now. Sophie and Warrior Light and all these guys will just say, yeah, you're done. Get back Toto. Okay, yeah. Yeah, and Ryan says, all right, well, if you're going to make a board that big. No. Oh, never mind. I was going to say he could shoot his own Sophie, but she's too big. She won't die to that. Looks like that might be game here. Unless Sam can reload again, but he's in top deck mode. We did get Warrior of Light, but we don't have a way to cast it. Yep, just has to hard pass. There's Ingus. Get our own Warrior of Light. Ryan will need a way to turn on his own colors. Well, no, he's got Toto. Well, Toto only gets 1 color. Yep, there's Leo and Warrior of Light. Ryan in complete control here. Go ahead and hit a point of damage onto Sam. Are we just misdragoning the break zone just to make sure? Seems a little preemptive, but maybe potentially he's worried about a Kuseth, saying just like, yeah, in case you hit anything on a burst, I just want to make sure you have nothing to get back. Hits Ingus into damage. That's a bonus burst. We'll search out, I mean, if you have Warrior of Light in hand, I guess you could search out Leo or Riku. That way you could cast it next turn, which I think he did have it in hand. Mount Leonis seems suddenly a lot less appealing with no break zone. Yeah, goes for the Riku. Gotta get some form of color fixing online. Or is he reconsidering it? Yeah, okay. Ryan says, yep, go. Or it looked like a pass gesture. Maybe not. Maybe he's not done yet. I guess they're just thinking. Did it pass Sam's turn? Did I miss that? I don't think I did. I think it's still on Ryan's turn. No, Sam has more cards in hand. Okay, I think it is on his turn now. Cast Titan, do 9k to Leo. Or no, he did that at the end of Ryan's turn. That's what it was. Okay. So he cast a Titan at the end of Ryan's turn. 9,000 to Leo. Take it out. Potentially cut off Ryan's color fixing. Yep, here's the combo. Riku, Warrior of Light. Do we have a Mist Dragon? Oh, we might. Yep, Mist Dragon says, no, you're actually not getting anything back from that. Sam's break zone is running on fumes. We did draw off the Warrior of Light, but it looks like it was just a leather worker backup. That's not going to be much use. And we have Kusith in hand. We have nothing in the break zone to get with it, so kind of a dead summon, unfortunately. Every time Sam tries to claw his way back into this game, Ryan just cuts it off, says, nah, I'd rather you didn't. Are we tapping 5? Are we hitting our limit? Well, no, we don't have any limit left, right? Because we used the limit break Toto. So we have no limit available. Oh, okay, Ignis. Well, we're considering playing Ignis. Ignis will let us break one of our backups and then break an opposing forward. Normally, then we can get a forward back when a backup of ours goes to the break zone, but I don't know if we have anything in there. Attacks for a point of damage, gets rid of a Hecaton Kyre. And just pass. Nope, we're going to leave up our backup CP. I don't know if he has any summon. We know he has an Ignis, and I know he's got that backup. I don't know if Sam actually has anything he can use on his opponent's turn. Ryan is playing Chaos. And do we have Arc as well? Yep. This one's looking pretty over. Warrior of Light does a little 5k on the way. Goes the way of the Dodo. He's going to do something. Oh, no, we just discarded for the Arc. So we kept 1 in hand. Yep, we do use the Cryo backup to get back an Arc. Did we cast the... No, we're just discarding the Kusith. There goes Gladiolus. There goes. I think that's Titan. Sam's going to need a miracle to get out of this. He did something. Did he use minor? I think he used minor. Which I think let him draw a card. Oh my gosh, we drew into Toto. Yeah, well, there you go. I mean, you kept yourself alive for a moment. Toto's going to clean that board up real nice. There's the free chaos. Nothing to steal, of course, but we are just prepped now. We can cast any of those arcs for free. Saying just in case you were to put something down. And there's Matt, the power of Limit Break Matt. Sam, can you draw your way out of this, sir? I don't know how you can, but you could try. I guess Leo, Warrior of Light. That gives you a body, but if Ryan has Arc in hand, it doesn't matter anyway. He's considering 4 for something. He's got a Mist Dragon in hand. That's not going to be enough. Noctis. Oh, I didn't. Yeah, this is the first time we saw the retainers. And of course, Arc just immediately destroys it, which means this one is going to be over with a capital O. And now just the formality of hitting a Genova Synthesis into damage. There's the fist bump, and that is going to do it. Ryan takes a pretty decisive 2-0 over Sam Tool. Very similar decks. Unfortunately for Sam, Ryan just has the superior value with the Chaos Arc that Sam just doesn't have anything in like that in his deck. Yeah, Chaos Arc is just such a brutal combination. So Ryan's going to clean that one up pretty handily. Sam kind of got close a few times, but I don't know. He was never really threatening like lethal on Ryan at any point. So didn't really get to see the retainers much. I'm assuming they're not in there as like 2s or 3 ofs. There's probably only one of them. Because yeah, that was the first time I think I saw Noctis at all between both those games. So Ryan will be moving on to the top 8, and for Sam, unfortunately, his journey ends here in top 16. But what a neat deck to show off anyway. I'm glad we got to see it on stream. Folks, stick around. I'm not sure what time in the round is. I'll try to find that out for you, but it won't be too long before we're on to the top 8. Hope you're having a wonderful Sunday morning. For those of you here listening, I am told that top 8 will be starting shortly. They're taking a group photo for Square Enix right now, and I'm told that it will be Hunter Nance versus Mike Powell on stream. All right, I see the players sitting down at the table. Looks like we are getting ready to get started. And I have the deck list here. Let's take a look, shall we? Looks like Hunter Nance is on his classic Magissa. We're going to find a bracket here as well. Mike Powell, I'm guessing, is on a version of Refia. Yes, he absolutely is. So both these players playing what we kind of expect out of them lately. It looks like we'll have Hunter on the right side and Mr. Powell on the left side. Magissa versus Refia. Magissa. Magissa. Almost has this nice, like, Italian sound to it. Magissa. We'll try to get a full bracket here in a second. I'm aware that... oh, here we go. Okay, so... All right, so at the first table, we'll have Mohammed versus Kevin Crespo. And then the next part of the bracket is Daniel Gulyas versus Ryan Chen. Then we have Chocobo Joe versus Brandon Sharp, I think that's supposed to be. And then this table... Yeah, and this table we're watching is Mike Powell versus Hunter Nance. So that is your top 8. That's who's left in the tournament. Ryan, we saw on the Mono Earth Chaos Arc. I know Daniel's also on Four Color Warrior of Light with Refia. I think Mohammed we saw. I think he was on Chaos Arc 2 yesterday or some. Yeah, I think he was like on Earth Water Chaos Night. Chaos Arc. And Joe is on Warrior of Light, if I'm remembering correctly. So we'll see who we see next after this. We'll have to get through this set first.
They are just reviewing each other's deck list right now, so they have about 3 minutes to do that. And then we will be on to this round, which is a 90-minute round.
Interesting.
Yeah, for full time, they will have up to 90 minutes.
Are there any breaks today, or are we just going right on through to the end?
Nope, they are chugging right on through this.
Awesome. Get everybody out nice and early. I like that. I like that, Matt.
They're all excited. We've got some people that are leaving on earlier flights, so we wanted to give them extra time. So we started extra early today, and we went ahead and just said no breaks for them. They gotta suck it up and get through it.
Yeah, absolutely. No time like the present.
Yep, and they have already decided to split their cash prizing for top 8, so everybody is essentially on equal footing going into these rounds, playing for the actual Square Enix provided prizing rather than the unequal footing of trying to win the top cash prize. So.
Oh, okay. Is that
all
something
decided
that the
to
Haven provided?
Yes, yeah, we had about $1,200 in cash prizing, so they decided
Nice.
to split that amongst them. So they were
Very nice.
all playing very sportsmanlike.
I want to see that one person in there, like the Emperor, go, no, 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 I will win it all.
Yeah. No, we actually even had one of the players said he wanted to take a little hit to his payout because it ends up with some odd change. And he was like, just take the change out of mine or whatever you need to take out of it to make everybody else's an even dollar amount. I was like, oh.
Very nice. Well,
And
good on
like,
you guys for contributing that.
Yeah, I was like, we're writing him a check, but if you still want to, I appreciate it.
Yeah.
yeah, we don't carry around over $1,000 in cash just sitting here. All right, it looks like they are getting started now. They have been given the go-ahead. I just heard the timer beep, and we're on our way through the quarterfinals.
Excellent.
I'll try to get you updates as the other rounds end if this one goes long.
Awesome. Thank you, Matt. Absolutely. I will take it from here.
Yep.
Here we go. Yahoo! I believe Hunter is the higher seed, but we'll see pretty quickly who's going to play first. Yep, looks like it's going to be Hunter. Does he have a turn with Magissa? He's paying 3. Is that Idolus? Idolus into, I'm guessing that's Magissa? No. Oh, it's Axstar. Axstar into Yazuki. Huh. That's an interesting start. I mean, you get a backup down, but yeah, clearly he didn't see Magissa or anything that could search it out. So just puts 2 bodies on the board and says, well, I guess I'll just start whacking you in the face then. The question is, will Mike feel any pressure to respond to this with any forwards or just say, okay, that's fine. I'm just going to take my time, set up my backups. Yep. So Kryl will pitch a Kuchulain the Impure as well as a Kusith. We'll get back Kuchulain for the summon. Hunter looks like just verifying what the summon is. We could drop the Kuchulain to put down Lena right now. And that way we're on 2 of our 4 colors. Looks like we're going to do just that. Oh my god, do we have a 3rd color? Wow, and there's Lunith. Okay. We did pitch a Warrior of Light from hand, but we're on 3 of 4 colors necessary for him. So Hunter's going to go ahead and go, well, maybe I'll just kill you before that'll happen. Hits a great hit with the Amaterasu. Oh, no. Oh, double Amaterasu. That is not what you want to see if you are Mike. Hunter, I'm sure, is very happy to see that. I don't know if Mike runs a full 2 or 3 in the list. Let me see if I can peek really quick while glancing away from the action. Amaterasu, he runs 3. Okay, so there is a third one in there. Well, he better hold on to that with his life. Mike, I feel your pain, man. Amaterasu is a damage magnet in my decks too. It seems to always want to end up in the damage zone. Hunter's got to be feeling pretty decent after that. Question is, what does he have to follow up? Limit break wise, he's probably never going to get to Montleonis. He has Zach, of course. I feel like that's not going to do a whole lot. Could always just jam out a little Leela. Not that that feels amazing. Lunith, he's double checking on that one. That gives a Warrior of Light haste, and I think also 1,000 power till the end of the turn. Can be used to have a Ferris come in and essentially get a double for both her entry and attack effect. And we're going to use our limit break. Okay, wow. Just go ahead and put out essentially a no value Zach. Which, I mean, it does put 5, potentially puts our opponent to 5 damage next turn, right? If Mike does take another turn off to set up, then Hunter just says, okay, well, I'm just going to kill you before you even get that far. And we know, usually these Warrior of Light 4-color decks run a lot of EX bursts too, so Hunter dodging 2 of them with the Amats has got to feel pretty good for him. And Mike does have a low hand size, so he has to naturally draw into something to get out of this. He could access his own limit break deck. Unless he's running Cloud, he can't really do anything about anything on this board. Even Victoria would be worthless right now, thanks to the Yuzuki. And Hunter might have too many cards in hand anyway. I think he's got 2. Now we are checking our limit break deck. I mean, I guess you could Toto. You could just blow it all early. Yeah, that is a good point too. Axstar will shoot for 9,000 if Mike puts out any forward, so it has to be something that can survive that attack. We did have Zidane in hand. Okay, so we put down King Tycoon. We're going to go search out a Lena or a Ferris. I'm going to assume Ferris here at this point, even though you could power up for the Lena special. So the good news for Mike is he is on all 4 colors at this point. The bad news is he's lost 2 Amats. He threw out 2, what's it called? He threw out a Warrior of Light earlier, so he can't really just drop that. And Ferris doesn't do anything against Yuzuki. Hunter, knowing that, probably one of the reasons he was actually okay doing that Axstar Yuzuki play early. Like, you can't Warrior of Light ping it. You can't Ferris ping it. I would be surprised if Mike had anything that... Oh, yeah, looks like they dropped some cards, so the judge is going to check it and shuffle it really quick. I'm assuming some cards fell off the table when he was searching. Either that or he's just doing the old casual grab that card you had taped under the table, pull out the old pocket Shantoto, if you will. Yeah, probably don't want to jam Ferris out here. Ferris on damage 3 will search us out Warrior of Light, although if we have to pay for backups with that, that's not going to help us out a whole lot. Hunter is going to happily put our opponent to 5. I do see an Amaterasu in Hunter's hand. So Mike is set up, but I mean, this might be over before it matters. All right, Hunter's going to go in. We'll send an Axstar first. What do we hit? There's a bonus burst. Not insane, but it does give us a card draw. Happy to hit one of those. There's a non-burst, Sarah, and here comes the Zach. And there's an Arc. Arc is also a bonus burst, but I think it just like activates Warriors of Light on the burst. I don't think it actually... I think damage 3 is when it has its replay from the field effect. Yeah, so with an Amat in hand, Hunter's got to be feeling pretty good. Really what Mike would need right now is something like a Hecaton Kyre, which would even get rid of the Yuzuki. Kuchulain would go a long way here. If we could Kuchulain, which unfortunately we hit it into damage. If he can Kuchulain the Yuzuki, turn off its protection effect, and then all the Ferris pings actually make a difference. Then we could clear out this board that Hunter has. Granted, Hunter also still has the active, what's it called? Hunter has the active Idolus, so he could just shoot the Ferris in response if he wanted to. He also has Amaterasu, so he can just kill it that way. And Mike has got to be thinking, too, that Hunter, there's a good chance he's got Amaterasu in hand, so how can he play around this? He's trying to math it out now. He just scoops. Oh, man. Wow, he didn't even attempt to get out of it. Huh. That's kind of surprising. I mean, granted, yeah, maybe he just thought I don't know. I don't know what he had in hand. I'm kind of surprised he at least like try to play the limit break Toto or something. Try to play the Ferris, make him show you the Amaterasu. I mean, we know Hunter has it, but I don't think Mike saw anything that knows that he has it. So like, at least make him show it to you. Huh. Well, that was a very, very quick game one. Hunter literally not even using Magisa. Doesn't matter. Just his forwards never even targeted anything. Mike never even played a forward. Hunter's just like, all right, I'm just gonna put out 2 forwards. Then I'll hit you for 2 the next turn. Then I'll hit you for 3 the next turn. And then the game's over. Ah, okay. So Mike will get to go first this time. And he is definitely hoping for a different outcome than that. Otherwise, we're gonna have a bit of a break if the second one goes as quick as that first one did. Yeah, I don't know what Mike had in hand. I don't know if he's had a handful of backups. We know he has the Ferris. Like, I don't know. I guess if I was there, just like, hey, at least try it. You never know. Maybe Hunter doesn't have the Amat. They don't always have it, right? No, they probably always have it. But yeah, give it a shot. Felt like we were watching a Category 13 match, except without the haste. Ooh, this is not boding well for Mike, because yeah, that was without Hunter even seeing Magissa. Like, his deck technically wasn't even doing what he wants it to do. That still went really well for him. So if I'm Hunter right now, you got to be thinking, oh man, my deck just did nothing and I still won. This is gonna be good. Imagine if I actually draw into Magissa and see the and see what I want to see. Yeah, it's Mike versus Hunter. It's let me check the bracket really quick for you. It's Mike versus Hunter at this table, Mohammed versus Kevin, Daniel versus Ryan, and Chocobo Joe versus Brandon Sharp. That's what's left in the bracket. Or are we doing a deck check again? Based on the fall off of the table from last time? You are welcome, Karan. I don't know. They're paused for something. Maybe it was something with the deck from last time. Okay. Yeah, I'm guessing just because Mike had that moment / incident where he was like leaning underneath the table. They're like, all right, we just got to make sure there's no pocket. I mean, clearly, I don't think he was cheating, because if he did, it did not help him at all, given how quickly he scooped up that last one. All right. So again, Mike had a good backup start, but it doesn't actually matter when you're dead in 2-3 turns. So we will pitch a Zidane and a Ferris. Going to go search out a Lena, I would assume. Yep. We're going to slap it down this turn. Kind of a shame you have to pitch that Zidane. Zidane can be very good, especially if Hunter has to search out Magis on his first turn. Then Zidane can just rip it out of his hand. Yep, Lena for Lena. And we are set on 2 colors and 2 backups. Did Hunter find Magissa this time in his opening hand, or Meath? Something that lets us go get it. Ward. Is it Meath? Yes, it is. So Meath, we can go ahead and discard a multi-element card. Go ahead and get something, I think, other than a backup from our deck. What are we giving up? We'll give up not Earth, Fire, Lightning, Ishtola. Going to go search out Lady Magissa. Lady Magissa. Fire at your feet. Wonder how you manage to make ends meet. A little Beatles reference there for anyone who knows that one. Oh, no. Okay, we must already have Magissa in hand. We just go ahead and get the free cast Ifrit, which we can ping our own Magissa with. The turn she's played, which is nice. A nice, easy, cheap way to go ahead and activate her first effect. And if Mike, you're not under pressure from a bunch of forwards this time, if he can keep committing some backups, looks like he has a Toto in hand. Oh no, are we just doing the old raw Leo? Yeah, usually when a player just has to go into Leo because they don't have a whole lot else better to do. Did he find into a usable backup? I know I can see that he's got the Toto in hand, but obviously you don't want to jam that out on this turn. Pitching 5. Okay, we did find Tyro. I have to give up a Mist Dragon and a Warrior of Light, which doesn't feel great, but Tyro will let us search into whatever we want. You could get Zidane here. Yeah, that's what I was just thinking. So Hunter, I mean, granted, he's probably going to jam out Magissa this turn anyway, but he's forced to protect it, essentially, by playing it. Otherwise, Zidane's just going to come down and rip it out. And gives Mike a little color fixing, too, in case he doesn't need to go in on the Zidane. So Tyro counts for anything, so we need either a fire or an earth backup down besides that, and we'll have our 4 colors. Hunter pitches an Ifrit and looks like an Axstar. Here comes Magissa. There she is. There's the lady of the hour. And we're not going to use the Ifrit. We're just going to use the Palom. Palom ping Magissa for 4,000. And now we can activate her effect. Go get whatever we want. Alphino is usually a really good choice. Let's dig even further to find whatever we want. We have the Ifrit in hand, unless that's the one he pitched into the break zone. I'm assuming it was a spare copy. If it wasn't, then we'll probably just go we'll have Alphino get us, I don't know, Zombie or whatever other character we think is best to follow up with another Magissa ping the next turn. As expected. There's Alphino, yeah. And Alphino's going to get us Minwu. Nice. So Minwu, if we have no cards in hand, we can use their action ability for free. Oh, nice. We actually have a bomb. Okay, let me pull up that bomb. Is that the one that gets character counters? There's a couple different bombs, so... come on, FF decks. Bomb. I'm going to try not to miss the action. Okay, that looks like the Opus 11 bomb. So you can break it at any time to choose a 4 deal it 4,000 damage. And as a fire character enters the field, it puts monster counters on it. If it's got 3 or more, you can also break it to deal something 10,000 instead if you wish. Nice thing is, even if it's got loaded up with like 10 counters, you're not forced to use that heavier effect. You can always just use the lower effect. For Magissa, are we going to Zidane? We are going to Zidane. All right, say, Hunter, I know you got the Minwu in hand. What else you got? What are you hiding over there? We have Tyvis and Minwu. Ooh, 2 good targets. I feel like you got to take Tyvis, right? I mean, you could take the Minwu on the attack anyway. Yeah, you can't let him essentially put out Yuzuki. Yuzuki cuts off a lot of what your deck can do. Pip are the little dots they refer to on die faces. So if you have a normal 6-sided die, the side that has 1, that's called a pip, that little 1 dot. If it's 2 dots, that's 2 pips. So people are referring to pips. I'm assuming the Shantoto pips. We are going to bomb our own Magissa. Here comes Axstar. And we're doing this, I'm assuming, in response to combat. So this Zidane actually won't get to attack. So we will protect the Minwu in our hand. And he'll take 6,000. Magissa will get frozen. Oh, is this on Hunter's turn? Did we not attack with this Zidane? I guess we didn't want to. No, he did all that on... He did that on Mike's turn? Oh, right, duh, because Axstar plays the Minwu for free. I'm just not used to seeing Axstar come out on my opponent's turn. So Axstar plays the Minwu for free as part of that effect. It dull freezes anything that's not a 3 cost, and then we end up shooting the Zidane for essentially what would be 9,000 because it'll be 3,000 for the 3 bodies. Here comes Axstar, is going to go ahead and pick off Leo. Any help on the burst? There's a bonus burst. Cryo will get. Looks like Mist Dragon. Yep. So we do get another card to hand. Every card that we can get in this situation helps. We do, I think, still have that Toto. So this could be a good field for Mike to just clean up with Toto. I can't see whether Hunter. they keep checking Mike's deck. I saw the judge hand come in and check all that. Here comes Alphino. Damage for Mike, and it is Refia. Quite a good card. Hunter's happy to see that one go. I don't think Hunter has Shantoto in hand. Minwoo. We're going to target a card in the break zone. And then looks like we'll pass. So I'm assuming Mike is just going to windmill slam that Toto here. He does have a Lunith, but I feel like you just have to clear this board up, right? Yep, 1, 2, 3. Does Hunter have the Amaterasu? Well, he's going to find out very shortly. Mike really needs this effect to resolve. This feeling as you're getting ready to pop that Toto and you're just thinking to yourself, God, please don't have Amaterasu. Please don't have Amaterasu. Oh, does it work? Hunter, does he have it? Or is he trying to psych him out? I mean, if he's got Amaterasu, there's no reason not to use it. It looks like he has Ifrit. Okay, so he's going to ping his own Magissa. Interesting. So whatever he plays, unless there's like, I don't know, some kind of ability canceling, plays Bosch. Interesting. Okay, so what he's going to do, he's going to bring Bosch to the field for free. Bosch is going to take a damage and then let him search out a fire or earth card. So what he'll probably do, or I think it might be character, not card, he's probably going to just go search out another copy of Magissa. So even though, yes, the Bosch will get wrapped up in the Shantoto board wipe, he will still get his next Magissa or Tyvis, whatever it is. I'm assuming it's going to be... Oh, no, yeah, he went for Tyvis. So nice little trick there that, yeah, he does technically lose an additional forward to a Toto, but he's able to guarantee, hey, I'm going to have some continued value next turn. I don't just have to take a turn off to recover from Shantoto. I can just go right back in with Tyvis, which I'm assuming is what we're going to do. Probably find Yuzuki as well, as now that the Toto is out, it's pretty safe to go wide again, and Yuzuki is going to shut off all those Ferris pings. I'm just going to take a second to math out his turn. So Hunter, pretty good recovery from that Shantoto, but Mike has got to be feeling at least way better about this game than he did originally. So Hunter, however, it does have to take a moment, and he wants to make sure he maths this out correctly. Says, let me see what you've got in your breaks on there. Looks like we've got a Zidane, 4-color wall, a couple summons. I don't know if we have a Refia in there. If we do, that's not good news, because then we've only got one Refia left in the deck. Hunter's got a pretty full hand. You would think the Tyvis is the obvious play, right? He does have Hedgehog Pie too, so he could just go in and set up on that if he wants to. Is it Magissa Part 2? The suspense is killing us. What are you going to play, Hunter? No, okay, changes his mind. Yeah, he could set up the Hedgehog Pies. He could go in on the Tyvis. He's under no pressure from Mike right now, so... But he also probably doesn't want to let this game go too late, as the more 4-color gets set up, the bigger advantage it's going to have. Does go in on the Tyvis. I would guess Yuzuki would be a good target here, as it'll prevent any Ferrises coming out. Firian's really good too, though. Although we don't have enough characters for Firian to draw us a card. So we would have to at least get one more character on the board. Yeah, there's clearly something Hunter is concerned about. Okay, so we do go for the Yuzuki. Yeah, I like that one. It's a little more, it's safer. We're going to play something as well. Oh, and we play Ace. Interesting. Okay. So Hunter saying, yeah, you may have wiped my board, but hey, here's a fresh 3 forwards. Also, this Ace is going to threaten to kill anything that you put out there. So definitely putting pressure back on Mike. The Ace will have to exile 5 fire cards from the break zone when it enters, otherwise it has to kill itself. And we'll pass there. Hunter thinking, all right, you got Shantoto Part 2, Electric Boogaloo. Warrior of Light is always a really good start here, although it can die to the Ace potentially. We do have Ferris in hand, but it doesn't matter because Yuzuki just says, yeah, that doesn't work. Kuchulain could go a long way for that, although Ferris is not on damage 3. Warrior of Light? No? Okay, we're activating our limit break. We have reached our limit. We're gonna get Cloud. Gonna go ahead and bop the Ace. We could have taken out the Yuzuki too, so we're clearly not worried about that. Just says no, I don't want you getting a free 10k hit. And then we'll play Lunith off the Tyro and Lena. Yeah, pass. Nice. Very simple turn from Mike. Used all of his backups efficiently, but he got rid of the card that's gonna kill him. Yuzuki technically can swing into this Cloud, and they could just block, and then nothing would happen due to Yuzuki's 2k damage reduction from her water ability. Tyvis can obviously swing over Cloud. Hunter maybe wants to be careful about putting Mike to 3 because of the Ferris. Or he says, you know what's a good plan, actually? Magisa 2, Electric Boogaloo. Here comes Ifrit. We're going to free shot this. Oh, are we considering Misdragging this? Or do we have Kuchulain? Wow, he does. He Misdragons. Okay, so a little expensive compared to what was free for Hunter, but that is Hunter's entire hand. And Mike says, no, I just can't let that happen. I cannot let this Magissa start to go off. So Mike, however, also gave up his entire hand for that. So, but he's hoping, hey, I can draw better than you can. Hunter very concerned about Mike's break zone as well as his limit break pile. So we've used Cloud. That would have taken 3 limit breaks. Did we use a Leo earlier? I think we did. So that would have been another 2. So Mike should have 3 left in there. So Tyvis is coming in. Are we gonna? Oh yeah! Wow, we just chump block with the Cloud. Doesn't want to go to 3 damage. Granted, we're in top deck mode, so who knows if we'll get anything useful. Warrior of Light off the top. We're gonna have to dig into our limit break. Yep. Okay. Mike has truly reached his limit, as that should be his entire limit break deck. We do get Yuzuki off the field. If Hunter can top deck anything that pings this Magisa, he's gonna be in a really good spot. I think it looks like he got Gutsco, and I couldn't quite see what that other card is. I don't hate the Gutsco. Just jam it out. You know the Shantoto's already gone. You have to be a little careful about something like Kuchulain, but still just threatens to get you a bunch of cards back. So are we going to send in Tyvis? Nope. Yes. No. Maybe so. Mont Blanc. Oh, nice. Wow. So we develop a backup and take out our forward. The Dane into damage. Avoid another burst. And there's a bonus burst. We will get Ferris. Ooh. Ferris is good here. I mean, you could get Lena too, but you're going to get Ferris on damage 3. Ferris can get you into the Warrior of Light. You can get both of them out there. You can even haste. Yeah, you can see Hunter shaking his head, just like, no, 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 not like this, not like this. Now, the funny thing is, we have to be a little mindful with the Ferris on the Magissa because of the way the ping stack. Hunter can respond if they resolve 1 by 1. So essentially, what Mike should do is if he can combine the Ferris with the Warrior of Light, so that way the Magician never gets a chance to activate, because that's the last thing you want to do is give Hunter just like a free out to that. Did we naturally draw the wall? You bet your butt we did. We can also just get Refia and not worry about, we can just send all the Ferris to the Tyvis, and then Refia can come down and just send the Magissa onto the top of the deck. which will just hit into damage with the wall. Yeah, Mike is in a really good spot now. He had to be patient, but it is paying off currently. We're mathing it all out. Yeah, I'm assuming Ferris Refia is the obvious line. Perhaps based on what he has in hand, there's something else we're going to go for. Okay, so we actually just go for Refia first. We can do Ferris next. Yeah, Ferris next. So I'm assuming, yeah, he says, put it all on Tyvis. I am not giving you a chance to Magissa Ping. We have enough Warriors of Light right now. Refia is going to send Magissa packing. Oh, we go get Arc. What a cool card. So Arc, I should pull him up to be 100% sure, but I think on damage 3, he says choose a Warrior of Light or standard unit of 3 or less in your break zone, play it onto the field. And I think his natural entry effect is you get to reactivate 3 Warriors of Light, if I'm not mistaken. Are we just going to jam him out? Nope, we're going to give these haste. Or no, we're not giving him haste, sorry. We're doing the Refia effect. So we're dulling 4, putting Magissa on top of the deck, go to combat. Refia is going to activate all Job Warrior of Light, draw a card if 4 more activated this way, hit the Magissa right into damage, and pass. And Mike has an active Refia to use on Hunter's turn as well. Now Hunter perhaps is thinking of the early scoop. Unless he can find a way out of this. I mean, I know we've got a Guts go in hand. Is it Guts go? Minwoo, okay. I mean, we still have a card in hand, so we can't use the effect, but we can try to get something back. And of course, Mike can just respond to this and say, yeah, bye-bye. Play 2. Oh, for Jekt. Okay. So Jekt can deal 9,000 damage to the Refia. I think Jekt may have to be on the field, though, when that resolves for the damage to happen. So if we just spin the Jekt, I think it avoids it. I could be incorrect on that because some of those fight effects are a bit confusing. But I thought Jekt was one of the ones where like it's based on his own power. Regardless, Mike just doesn't even bother. Says, nah, I'm just going to put her on top of your deck. He lets the Refia go. It does take damage, so Ferris will ping the Jekt. And Jekt dealt damage to Refia. So Jekt and Refia fought. He took 7,000 damage. And then we got the Ifrit back to fire off against the Ferris. So Ferris is gone too. Hunter, however, has no cards in hand, and Mike has Warrior of Light 4 on the field. Do we have Refia Part 2? If he has Refia Part 2, then I'm not surprised he didn't try to save it, because he's just like, why bother? Arc, yeah, okay, so that is Refia Part 2. We know he has it. And now it's Hunter's turn to be like, yeah, I don't even need to go to 7. Let's just go ahead and scoop her up. Okay, someone in the chat says it checks his... No, see, I thought I asked the ruling on Jekt at one point, and I think Jekt is one of the ones worded that he does have to be on the field at the time, unless someone told me incorrectly, because I think I actually ran into that exact play with the Refia, and I asked, hey, if I get rid of this in response, does it still do its damage? Because some of them, like Titan Lord of Crags, it will check his last known power, but some of them say, no, the forward actually has to be there for the fight effect to occur. Umaro is another one. I think it checks his last known power. Yeah. So we could have spun the Jekt to avoid it, but again, we knew we had the Arc in hand, so Mike's like, I don't care. I'll just get Refia back for the break zone. I don't care if it dies. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Jekt works like Noctis, because I think he does get through protection effects like Yuzuki, like Rydia. But from what I understand, I think most, if not all of those effects that work that way, the forward still has to be on the field when it resolves. Yeah, I think D-Watch has got it correct in chat. Right, so Mike definitely liked the way that one went a lot better than the way that first match went. Ironic that Hunter, when he actually saw Magissa, that was the match he ended up losing. Of course, he did have to go second, too. Now he's getting to go first this time. So will it be another... and not that, I wouldn't say it was the first one was a bit of a blowout, but yeah, that second one, Mike was just able to get there. I know Hunter was unhappy to see the King Tycoon burst, but I don't know if that actually even... I mean, obviously it got the Ferris. But I think Mike naturally had the Refia wool anyway, so. That arc is neat. Would surprised to see that Opus 10 arc come back, but it just turns out, hey, when you actually have great targets for it, back in the day, you had to play like Opus 5 Refia, Opus 5 Luneth off of that arc, which just gave you 1,000 power, and that's about it. Not very impressive. When you can play a card as good as Refia or Ferris for free, that's pretty good. I'm going to go ahead and declare that that's quite good. Let me see if I got any updates from the other bracket. Haven't heard anything yet. I'm seeing 2. Are we going turn 1 Magissa for Hunter? No, are we using our limit break turn 1? Oh my. That cannot be ideal to have to raw dog Victora turn 1. Oh man, yeah, and Hunter's shaking his head like there is no way that is what we wanted to do. And I can't see what's under the ward. I'm assuming it had to be Axstar or some kind of ice card to get that out. Holy moly, not a backup, not a Magissa. That is rough. I mean, this is an opening for Mike if he can get a decent start himself. Hopefully he doesn't have a similar brick. We do pitch Amaterasu. Always sad to see that card go. But we do get down to Luneth. Ooh, do we have a second one? Bosch for Ingus. Look at us. Look at that. I haven't seen Ingus yet. So we've got 2 of the Warrior Lights. We're already fixed on Fire Earth. Victoria will at least go in for a point of damage. Is it going to be a burst just to punish us? No, it's Refia. Okay, we at least hit something decent. Now we play Palom. We develop a backup that doesn't do much other than shoot our own Victoria for a bit. At least Hunter avoided the burst. That would have like having to have the Victoria start and then the burst just saying, yeah, I hate you. So we pitch Lena and something else, maybe Arc for Sarah. We're going to go ahead and go get 2 Warriors of Light. Likely 4-color wool, maybe Ferris. Actually, we go for the Refia. We would have enough on our next turn, even if you just hardcast the Refia. If you can go to combat, you wouldn't get the draw, but the backups would reactivate and you'd have the spin ready. Four-color wool, Ferris? Goes for Ferris. Interesting. I wonder if he has 4-color wool in hand. Granted, we don't have wind yet, so maybe he's thinking, I don't want to get a card that I technically can't use. But he also may just have it in hand already. And we'll pass. Mike's not fully set up yet, but he's certainly appreciated he certainly appreciates the slower the slower pace from Hunter. And damage to Mike. There it is. There's your bonus burst. Go and get 1 card back from the break zone. You could get back that Lena if you wanted just another backup with a card draw. Not that Mike's probably overly worried about that. He pitched Bosch. Bosch isn't terrible either. Yeah, goes and gets Bosch. Bosch essentially will become any fire or earth card we want. Hedgehog Pie. We're going to do the Hedgehog Pie combo. So we'll pitch it. Go ahead and get another copy of Hedgehog Pie. Put it onto the field. Will we stop at 2 or will we go for our third one? Romaine, I saw you posted that in the chat. Thank you. That is straight from the frequently asked questions. Hedgehog Pie. Do we see the 3rd chapter or just part 2? Yeah, looks like he's just going to do the second Hedgehog Pie, leave the 3rd one in there. No need for it. Doesn't do a whole lot, unfortunately, without Magissa on the field. I mean, we can ping stuff that Mike puts down, but if I'm not mistaken, you can sacrifice it to deal, I think it's 5,000 damage. Let me see if I can pull it up really quick. Hedgehog Pie, put it in the break zone, choose forward, 5,000 damage, yeah. So with 2 of them, you could kill a Warrior of Light, you could kill a Refia. Anything Mike jams out there is in danger of just getting a double pie shot. Heh. Hunter passes over his deck for Mike to cut, which he does. Mike want to commit any forwards at this point? I mean, I'm sure if he had a win backup, he'd be happy to get that down just so he's in the 4-color wool territory. He's still only under pressure from a single point of damage next turn, unless Hunter can just pop a haste out of nowhere. We'll pitch a Leviathan, so we've got all water. We are going to go on the Refia, okay. No stack is created on her entry, so priority does not pass yet. Can we get on another Warrior of Light? We did dull the Lunith. Ferris. Okay, so now we are going to take the ping. So this Victoria pretty much is going to be toast. We'll do 1,000 to the board from Ferris, and then a 3,000 for every damage a Warrior of Light took. I wonder if Hunter just snaps off the 2 Hedgehog Pies and kills this, or if he's got like Efort in hand, something to just get rid of it. Nope, looks like he lets it resolve. Victoria's gone back into the limit break with you. And then go to combat. Activate. Amatrossi wouldn't be terrible here either. You can just kill the Refio when it tries to activate the cards. Or, yeah, we'll just shoot it anyway. There's one. And then cast the Efrit. Saves the extra Hedgehog Pie, possibly hoping for his own Magissa. And do we have a response? Oh, are we going to miss Dragon it? I mean, we can just Hedgehog Pie on top of it then, though, right? If we do that. We cancel the summon. Okay, so a bit expensive, but yeah, we are still just going to finish it off with a Hedgehog Pie. I don't know about that from Mike. Like, you knew it was going to die. I mean, this way, I guess he's thinking this way. If Hunter does drop Magissa next turn, he then still needs another way to ping it. Whereas if he hadn't done that and the Hedgehog Pie is just sitting there. So, little pricey, but Hunter just passes. He doesn't have a follow-up, so maybe that is absolutely worth it for Mike. Ferris is going to get in for his point of damage. Says, yep, nothing to resolve. Oh, and did we hit Magissa into damage? Ugh, Hunter would have loved to have seen that. Mike's going to go to main 2. Do we have another backup? We are accessing our limit break deck. I'm assuming this will be Leo. Yep. Little Leo. He's going to draw us a card. Get one deeper, see if we can't find that elusive win backup. And passes. So the good news for Hunter, despite not the start he wanted, is Mike is at least not putting on insane pressure right now. He still doesn't have wind, so he doesn't have 4-color Warrior of Light. We got rid of the Refia. And yeah, Leo can technically hit up for a point of damage, but at least it's a pretty easy threat to deal with. And Ferris only has herself as the single Warrior of Light, so she's not going to ping in for a lot of damage either. Now the question is, can Hunter find a way back into this? Okay, he says, well, maybe Ace is my way back into this. I would like Ace a lot better if we could. Oh no, are we going to miss Dragon? Whoop. Well, yeah. So Ace will now no longer be able to pay the exile cost. So Ace just popped into the field, waved at everyone, and said goodnight, everybody. Just walked himself off the field. Oh man. Yeah, I like the Ace. Ace is a good threat on the field, but not when Miss Dragon just says, nah, that's all right. So now Mike has 5 characters on the field to 1. Hunter takes a point of damage. I can't quite tell what that is. I think it might have been Tyvus. Takes a point of damage for Leo. Looks like that was Axstar. And Mike's paying 3. What do we have? Tyro? Yep, Tyro. Okay. So we've got 4 colors online. Presumably going to go get Warrior of Light or Arc or Refia. We're not on damage 3 yet, so I guess Arc isn't that great. Yep, there's Warrior of Light. Hunter, I don't know how you get out of this, man, but you need a miracle and you need it quick, sir. Something that gets him Yuzuki would go a long way, whether that's Magissa or Tyvus. At least then they won't die to the Ferris or the Warrior of Light pings. Ward does immediately get rid of Ferris. He's got a decent sized hand. Question is, can he find anything? I see a Mont Blanc in there. Unfortunately, it's not going to do much on just 2 backups. I mean, you can get rid of Leo. There's our 3rd Hedgehog Pie. Okay, we do Mont Blanc. Yep. Says, yeah, it's fine. I just have to clear the bodies down. And that's it. Yeah, we just go for the Mont Blanc, clean up the Leo, and pass back to our opponent. There, Warrior of Light for free. Do we have Amaterasu? Is it worth it to Amaterasu this? Yeah, he doesn't get the backups back, but unless you have another way to ping it, Warrior of Light suddenly just had the text that says your opponent loses 2 cards from hand. Yeah, I think you just have to let it go. Oh, and there's the Dane. Mike, that, oof. If Hunter had anything potential in that hand, now I think you have to Amaterasu this. Like if you're out, no, he just lets it go. So what do we have? Axstar, Bosch. I think that's Furion underneath the Bosch, Ifrit, and I believe that's Amat that's covered by the glare. Yeah, it is. Gone. Draw a card. Ooh, Mike is in full control right now. Here comes Warrior of Light. We send that in first. I don't know if there's many bursts in this deck. Hit a Zondi. And Ferris, 1k to the board. No targets for the Ferris ping. He's saving the Zidane for last, just in case Hunter were to hit a burst that drew him into something. Mike wants to be able to scout that with the Zidane. Hits, I think that's a Meath. Is Meath a burst? I think it is. So if he has a multi-element in hand, which we know he has the Furion, he could discard it to go search something out. I guess you go get Magista at this point, even though you're dying, right? But I mean that's what your deck does, right? Magista or Tyvis, those are probably your 2 most value cards. Yeah, he does. He discards the Furion. And goes and gets Tyvis. Tyvis into Yazuki at least prevents you from just dying to the outright ping damage. Something's got to be able to deal with this Warrior of Light, but one step at a time, right? So Hunter gets a little help from his Meath Burst. Ooh, what are we going to do? Yeah, now we're going to we hit the Ifrit on the Zidane, not even give him a chance to look at our hand again. And we just pass. Mike's still only on 2 damage, man. Whew. All right, Hunter, can you find a way out of this? Tyvis is a really good start. Again, Tyvis Yazuki, make sure that your forwards just don't die to cross ping. You're going to have to just kind of eat the Warrior of Light. Attack every turn unless you've got some hidden treasure in there I'm not aware of. You could always mind control your opponent and make him use his Warrior of Light to just ping your own Magisa. But barring that, Hunter is in a pickle. So here comes Tyvis. Oh no, do we have a cancel? Oh, okay. So not in a cancel, but we will blank the Tyvis to prevent potentially the free play. But Hunter does have something in hand, is going to fire off the Axstar. Certainly earlier than he wanted to, but it will at least freeze the Warrior of Light, and we will get to shoot something for 3,000. Unless we have another free play in hand. So they get frozen. We do. Okay, so Ward can clean up. We can kill off the Warrior of Light now. Tyvis will, or sorry, not Tyvis. Axstar shoots for 3,000 times the number of 3 forwards. So hits for 6, Ward hits for another 7. You could also just clean up the Ferris. However, we could also, if we Warrior of Light pinged on the stack like the Axstar, the Ferris is going to trigger 2, so we could kill the Axstar in response. Yeah, so we do kill the Axstar in response. Looks like we decided to direct the damage at Ferris. Yeah. So Cuchulain resolves. Mike will get to draw a card. Tyvis does now resolve. He won't be able to free play anymore. He already free played Axstar anyway. And we do get Yazuki. Oh, so yeah, so Hunter really wanted that Yazuki before all those pings went off. We do at least keep Wall down for a turn, but our own Tyvis is down for a turn too. And we will get to free play that Yazuki next turn, assuming Tyvis doesn't go the way of the dodo. And there is Arc. He's not on damage 3, so that's... Are we giving... Okay, so what we're going to do is on the stack, I think, give Arc haste. Yeah, and then Arc will reactivate our 3 Warrior of Light backups. Oh, and that's right. He can stand up and just job Warrior of Light. So Arc actually he just reactivated Warrior of Light. And there's Refia too. Oh, oh no. Oh, Hunter, it's not looking good. I mean, it hasn't been looking good the whole game, but this looks like a death nail. Yep, so we're going to send Ward packing to the bottom most likely, as we don't want it to trigger off an EX burst. Send an Arc for a point of damage. Send a Warrior of Light for a point of damage, and that's game. Man, oh man. So obviously, good job on Mike. Congrats to him. But I do feel for Hunter because, yeah, it would have been interesting to see how that played out if he'd had, even if it wasn't Magisa, if it was Tyvis, even just to shoot a backup opening, like having to Victoria turn 1 was definitely not was not in the game plan. If he was talking it over with his buddies testing last night, they're like, all right, so how are you going to do this matchup? I don't think you know what we do? Victoria turn 1. That's how we get out of this. So that was very rough for Hunter. But congrats to Mike. He'll be moving on to top 4. And if my bracket is correct, Mike will be taking on the winner of Chocobo Joe versus Brandon Sharp. And then in the other brackets, we had Mohammed versus Kevin Crespo, as well as Daniel Golias versus Ryan Chen. So we will see who gets it out of them. The second match was pretty fun to watch. Like I said, the first one was kind of just a bit of a blowout in Hunter's favor. And this last one, it lasted longer, but yeah, Hunter just had such a poor opening. I mean, did Magisa even hit the field that match? I don't think she did. We saw Tyvis, but yeah, Magisa never even came down. So in 2 of the 3 matches that we just saw here in the quarterfinals, Magisa only hit the field in 1 of them. Yeah, she this was not her top cut apparently. If I get information on who has done in the other bracket, I will definitely relay it here. But currently, I have not heard anything. So either the matches are going on or it just hasn't been reported to me. Hope you all are enjoying your Sunday. There are no breaks today, so as these matches are ready, we're just going to keep rolling right along. And a happy Mother's Day out there to all the mothers that may be watching. I don't know how many mothers we have that watch and play Final Fantasy TCG and are doing this on this Sunday, but hey, happy to have you if you are. And while we are waiting for more match results, I will be right back. I'm going to go take a quick bathroom break, water, grab yourselves a snack if you haven't already, and sit in. We got 2 more matches to bring to you very shortly.
Did the bracket get changed at all? How would those two face each other? Because the bracket you gave me, Brandon would technically face the winner of Mike Powell and Hunter Nance. Unless something got mixed up. Right? Matt, can you hear me? Yeah, I guess the bracket got inverted because at least the bracket I had originally said that these two shouldn't face each other to the finals, but okay, so what I'm being told is what we'll see on stream is Ryan versus Brandon Sharp, which I'm assuming that means Brandon Sharp beat Chocobo Joe, and I think Mohammed must have beat Kevin then. Yeah, the information I'm being given is it'll be Muhammad versus Mike Powell, and then Ryan Chen versus Brandon Sharp. Ryan, we know, is on the Earth Chaos Arc list. We saw that one earlier. Thank you. And Brandon is on, I see a Sid Randall. Oh, it's so tiny. If I can blow this up. No. I think I got it now. Remedy, Alpha No Go. Okay, so this is 7-cost Wool. Okay, yeah, this is his version of 7-cost Wool. It's got like ice and fire. It's not the, I don't see anything like Cypher or D or anything of that package. On YouTube, we aren't showing the game yet. If that, oh yeah, you've got it just set. Okay, so you've got it in studio mode.
They are giving top 4 a chance to go review each other's deck lists, so they're going to be on in about 3 minutes. On stream, we will have Ryan and Brandon. So that'll
Did
be our match.
did that bracket you sent me originally get inverted?
It might have.
I was gonna say because technically,
the original single elimination bracket, yeah, he accidentally wrote it in the opposite order.
oh okay, I was wondering. I was like, I don't think they should face each other.
Yeah, he was starting to just write out the names just to make sure he had everybody there.
I gotcha.
Yeah,
That makes sense.
I was confused by that too. I was like, wait, what? And he was like, oh no, this was just for me like keeping track of things. I was like, oh okay. I was like, well, I guess I'm glad I didn't slap it up on the screen.
Yeah.
But yeah. So we have that, and I'm gonna go get the results from the previous rounds, even though it's kind of obvious who won their rounds. But just to put that up, and everybody can see what damage was dealt and everything like that. So I'm gonna get that, and I will try to get that to you.
Sounds good.
Awesome, guys. So we're just gonna wait the few minutes. I'm actually gonna transfer it over to the scene, just so even if I'm not
Yeah, in case
exactly
they start early.
Yeah.
Good call. Good call.
Yeah. So there they are. We've got Ryan on the left and Brandon on the right.
All right, got some previous results for you really quick. As we go into it, looks like Mohammed dealt 2 damage. I'm assuming that's just the score. Yeah, Mohammed got 2-0 over Kevin. Ryan got it 2-1 over Daniel. And then Brandon got it 2-0 over Chocobo Joe. And Mike, we saw, got 2-1 over Hunter. All right, so on to our semifinals here. Pretty sure Ryan and Mohammed are the 2 top seeds left. So I'm assuming Ryan is going to go first in this matchup. So our top 4 deck list should be Ryan and Mohammed are both on like Earth, Water, Chaos, Arc mix. I guess Ryan is technically more mono Earth as we put out a minor turn 1 to dig for some backups. Or is that, yeah, minor turn 1. And then Brandon is on Wool 7 and Mike is on 4-color Wool 2. Hit the Tyro, near whiff, but Tyro comes in for the save, which we are set up to play him on curve next turn. All right, Brandon, do we have a search for Gigawall, or are we just going to slap it right out? Oh, we've got the searcher. Sarah, pitch a copy of Sarah, as well as a Samurai backup, and an Onion Knight. So far, looking a lot more like the original Gigawall list. Yep, we can see Cyan in there. Presumably, we'll get 7-color Wool, as well as 4-color Wool. It's so... I have to keep changing the words. 7 cost Wool and 4 color Wool. Maybe it's easier to say 4 cost. Everyone knows what these cards are at this point, right? Ryan just puts down a Kolka for 2. He could technically discard a card to deal something damage equal to its power or cost, but there's no targets for him to hit anyway, so we know what Brandon's turn is going to be. Going to be a Wool 7. And there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. One more, 6, 7. Is that 2 Lenas? Kind of unfortunate to have to get rid of those. Here we go. Ferris, a decent hit. Cyan's not bad. And Mute. So we could get 1 backup. None of the forwards are incredible here. We probably would have wanted something like a Zero Miss to freeze out our opponent's backups. But so probably Mute. And I don't think you really want to pay for crystals with Cyan right now, right? Yeah, so probably just Ferris. It also potentially threatens to take anything out Ryan might play if he plays something tiny like a Leo or... Mute will go ahead and get us Sid Randall. Or no, we're going to search for the remedy. I thought we'd go for... We have a 1 of Sid Randall in the deck, but... Against an Earth list like this, we don't want to walk into a Toto. We don't want to walk into just some backup that's going to ignore Sid Randall's effect. Speaking of which, we're going to go in on a Toto. Too early for that. Just do Tyro. Oh, play Chaos. Yeah, so we've got 1, 2, 3, 4. That's a very cheap Chaos. 3. Do we have an Arc in hand already? Granted, we know any Arc is going to fizzle, at least on the first one, because we have the Ultimate Shield in hand. Presumably, yeah, Brandon's just going to give him the Ferris. There's no way he's giving up. Unless he had another 7-color Wool in hand, then I guess you could. Oddly enough, Ryan could use the Ultimate Shield because we know he runs 4-color Wool. Brandon takes a moment of pause. Suddenly, his board's a bit less threatening, where he's just got a simple 9K. That Ferris can trade up with, too, because of the damage ping. Oh, yeah, you can't give him light or dark forwards. I always forget he has that text on there, so Wool was never even an option. And here comes Cyan. Are we going to generate crystals? I'm assuming we're going to make some. Or are we just putting him out just for a body? I guess you could just go up on the full 5 crystals right now, right? And then just wipe the board. Yeah, looks like maybe that's what Brandon wants to do. Yep. So he says, I'm going to pay 5. I'd like to make 5 crystals. Looks like Ryan's going to respond before. Oh, there's the Arc. Ultimate Shield. And the second Arc. Oh, my goodness. How do you even play cards? He had so many dark cards in hand. Yep. So, well, you'll get your 5 crystals, but they're not going to do much. If we can get another Cyan, they'll be sitting there ready, locked, and loaded, but swings in with Wool. Interesting. Yeah, just takes a Titan into damage. I mean, Ryan can just break this on his turn if he wants with the Chaos. So Ferris will go in. Technically, we'll shoot Wool for a total of 4,000 damage. Brandon took something into damage. Cannot tell what it is. And we pass after that as we get down I think that's the Leather Worker backup. Another point of damage. Hits Genova Synthesis. And we're just going to keep swinging in with that Wool one by one until Ryan just decides, yeah, I'll just break it. He really doesn't have any need to. As it technically just opens Brandon up to play the next one. Brandon was ready for the first arc. He was not. Nobody expects the second arc, especially that early in the game. My goodness. And yeah, Ryan just naturally drew into it. I don't think he had anything that like let him search a summon. So here comes the Ferris. We'll shoot the wall for a little bit again. Hit something that I couldn't see into damage. Play Leo for 1. Make him kind of beefy. Get our color fix online. Play Garnet. Go ahead and get back a summon. It's going to be Arc, which just says now. Oh, we have Amaterasu. Okay, so never mind. Brandon's still nothing in hand, but he does at least keep the Arc from coming back. He was going to have nothing in hand either way. At least this way he gets to keep his forward on the field. I don't really know how Brandon gets out of this. Another Cyan. Yeah, he really needs to just get Cyan and just fire off those crystals. But he not only needs Cyan, he needs the fire CP to play it, as he's just running off of Remedy. And here comes Chaos. Hits another backup into damage. Do we have something playable? Could always go to your limit break, too. Is that what we're going to do? Yeah, he gives up 4-color wall. Interesting. He gives up an ultimate shield. But we are going to Victoria. I'm assuming we're going to try to kill our own Ferris. No, we take out the Leo. We just say, I just don't want you to have any potential more colors. Victoria, of course, just a 7K. Ferris she can't ping it down without another Warrior of Light. But she obviously can just trade with it if they were to clash head to head. Here comes Ingus. Actually has to pay a full 3 backups as his cost is reduced by 1 for every Earth backup we control. Going to search out, I would assume, either a color fixer or 4-cost wall if we think we can get there. Or maybe even, you probably don't want another Chaos at this point. Yep, gets the Leo. Leo will get back all of our color shenanigans. Oh, that's right. Ingus is a Warrior of Light. So actually we do have enough now to hit the Victoria. I don't know if you want to ultimate shield that, which you can't anyway because she's a 4-cost, so. And another card into I have no idea what Brandon's hitting into damage. It's so off screen, but I don't think I mean this deck isn't really known for having like comeback burst, so. Hunter Nance is like, yeah, that's a tell me that at Worlds when I ran into 2 of them right in a row against Hancocks. Brandon's still in top deck mode. I mean, yeah, this is not easy. This is rough. I'm not really sure what he even does here. Yeah, Ingus cannot search Chaos. That's correct. It only searches Earth forwards. I don't know why I said that. And we trade. Ryan's happy for that. He's like, hey, man, I paid 3 for this. I'll just play another one. Go ahead. Brandon probably at this point hoping to draw into Warrior of Light 7. Claris will search us out a Job King. We already have a Leo. Do we want to get a second one? Or maybe we have another backup Leo we want? Did he fail to find? I didn't see him pull something out. Ferris is going to go in for another point of damage. And that's it. Ooh, we drew Aria back up. That's not amazing. I mean, it lets you get a Wool 7, but I don't think we have enough to play it. Do we have Wool 7? Oh. Oh, did we? Okay, so. Okay, we do have Wool 7. There we go. Anything good? I mean, Gilgamesh 0 miss. That's solid. Ferris isn't terrible. Ferris is on damage 3. She could get us another wall. I don't know how many colors we have for Gilgamesh. We're counting that up right now. So we've got light. We do have 4 color. Okay, I think we've got all 7, which means Miss Dragon here would be very brutal. So we're probably going to go in on the Gilgamesh. Do you go in on Zeromus as well? We still have Chaos up, so Chaos can just break this Gilgamesh in response. We absolutely need an ultimate shield in hand. Ferris doesn't have... Oh, we do go for the Ferris. Okay, so Ferris potentially is going to shoot something for 7. We're going to try to sacrifice Ferris to break in response. Do we have the shield? Okay, that's what looked weird, Kyle. Yeah, I thought, I was like, did he break his Sarah back up to replay it? I couldn't tell what happened though. It was very strange. Because I was like, wait, it disappeared from the field and then went back to the field. Yeah, unless he's doing the foil rule and just swapped it for the foil in hand. So no ultimate shield. That will go in response. Obviously, we can search it out now off the Ferris, but Ryan did it on the stack before he gets it in hand. So we've got a shield now. But we do not have that big Gilgamesh play we were hoping for. We have Arc. Oh, wow. Yeah, we just Shantoto the board. We're at this point, we're like, don't care. Oh, no, do we Amat? Oh, we do have Amat. Do we have Miss Dragon? Counter, counter, counter? Yep, we do. Shantoto into Amaterasu into Miss Dragon. I wonder what else Ryan had in hand. I'm kind of surprised he felt the need to Shantoto there. Maybe he was just worried about like a Gilgamesh coming out of nowhere? I don't know. Fire. Are we, oh my gosh, are we doing Limit Break Zach? Or Leo, probably. Yeah, draw a card. Trying to dig for any kind of answer. I'm assuming we didn't find much else beyond that. I don't know if we have a third Wool 7 left in the deck, but looking for that. Ingus off of 1. It's going to feel real nice. We can go get any Earthward. You could get Warrior of Light here. We don't currently have a color fixer on board. Garnet we can use with the Shantoto to get back a summon. Which we absolutely do. And Ryan just has so much value with all those backups. Like, I just don't know. If Brandon, he really needed to hit something that like froze backups early, Zero Miss or a Gilgamesh with enough color, something. Well, there's our Cyan. Something we definitely could have used earlier. So we do have 5 crystals ready. We can potentially board wipe our opponent or pick them off or raise Cyan's power. I don't know if that's worth it to do it here because, I mean, you're getting in for 1 point of damage with Leo. And yeah, probably wait till your opponent's turn. Granted, if a Warrior of Light comes down, you're not going to be able to kill that. And clearly that's what Brandon's thinking, is like, do I just want to blow these right now? Is it worth it to get rid of a Garnet and an Ingus, which costs nothing more than the backups on the field, and get in for 1 point of damage with Leo? That doesn't seem worth it. And we cast something. Or was he showing... Ryan gestured something at him. I don't know if he was casting his... Okay, it looks like he misdragoned his break zone. That's what it was. He did it as a big pile of cards, but considering Brandon's break zone's no longer there, I'm going to assume that that was a misdragon. So time to bring out Cloud. Just go ahead and bop that Cyan on the head. Have we reached our limit? Limit break. Yep. Oh, no, it's Une, actually. Okay, yeah. So Leo disappears into the void, and Mute comes back to hand. Cyan can, of course, just bop this Une, can spend 3 crystals to take it out. And you cannot let Ryan start recurring summons. This is a 6-character board versus a 2-character board. This is looking a little lopsided. Yeah, Toto LB is not available. We've already burned the Leo. We might have burned something else earlier. Pitching. Okay, so we do have Zero Miss. So we can lock down a single backup. We are on, I can't quite tell how much damage we're on, but I know we're at least above 3. So Zero Mist will have haste. So You spend 3 crystals, kill the Une. You can send in both forwards. You freeze 2 backups. I mean, it's better than nothing. Oh, that's right. He used the crystals last turn. He used it to wipe the board then. Okay, well, that works too. So dull it. Nice. Now you can freeze it with the Zero Miss. So Surges comes out of the limit break zone, dulls the Une. We're going to freeze 1 backup. I'm assuming the Une is frozen. There's no way he's not doing that. Hits a Titan into damage. Send in Cyan as well. And there's a bonus burst for Claris. He's not using it, or maybe he knows he doesn't have any kings left. I'm guessing he just knew he didn't have any kings left. I don't know why he wouldn't search for it. Free card in hand. Now, Brandon was able to at least amass a board that says, hey, I'm threatening lethal. Granted, Ryan has so many ways to wipe it with something as simple as a Genova synthesis. But Brandon at least put himself in a position to just be like, hey, you know, you do technically have to answer this board at least. Ooh, are we going in on a Neo X Death? Yeah, okay. So it looks like we're Kusithing for Genova Synthesis. Going to play the Genova Synthesis. We are on 5 backups. That'll be 8,000 to the board. And I'm pretty sure that's going to be the end of the game. We're going to limit break as well. Put out a Leo. Draw 1 deeper into the deck. There goes our limit break Toto. Brandon would need yes, this is still game 1. I mean, Gilgamesh would be amazing here if he had the colors for it. And he could pay for it. But I'm pretty sure he doesn't have... I don't even know if he's got 5 colors. So he might not even have... He's probably got 3, maybe. He might only have Ice and Lightning in there, honestly. Ryan's on 5, so if he could somehow find 2 hasters out of nowhere that knock the Leo out. But with so few cards in hand, it doesn't seem likely. Nope. Yep. Says that's all it is. Scoops it up. Uh-oh. Yeah, cards are flying off this table all day long. Make sure you count your cards. And we're going to reload that one. Brandon made a really good effort there at the end. Like, it right there in the mid game, once the wall kind of got answered by the chaos so easily, it really felt like he was just on the back foot the whole time. But with the Zero Miss, with the if that Gilgamesh could have gone off, oh man, maybe we could have got there. But I mean, the chaos was just sitting there the whole time. Like, there's basically no way that's resolving without an ultimate shield. And the double arc from Ryan really just sent it home. If he'd have only had the single arc, we could have really been all right there. But so Brandon hoping that match 2 goes a little differently. Probably off his wolf flip would love to see something that, what's it called? Freezes backups, like a Zero Miss. What did he hit? He hit Ferris and was it Mute? Which was okay. Like, those aren't bad, but it's not insane pressure. I wonder, too, if there's an argument for Brandon to just go get the Sid Randall. Yes, you will get punished by the Shantoto backup, but it would turn off the Chaos. It would turn off Genova Synthesis, Warrior of Life that happens to come down, doesn't do anything against Leo, even turns off Ingus. I don't know. It's not like a great solution because, again, Toto backup, and I don't remember if Ryan's running the Hecaton summon or not. Can just sweep for 8k, but it's an idea. You could try it if you feel like, if you want to just try to go in all that and just hope he doesn't have it. All right, Brandon going to try to take this to game 3. Otherwise, this is going to be very short. Opts for the mulligan. Didn't see anything he liked in that first hand. He will get to go first this time. Assuming we see what we want, we're going to start with either a Warrior of Light 7 Searcher or the Warrior of Light 7 himself. Yep, there's a Sarah. Go ahead and get rid of a Scholar, a Lena, and a Samurai. Had 2 backups. Get the classic Wool 7 and 4-color Wool. And what can Ryan start with? Starts with a Claris. We'll search out a King. Probably get Kolka. Or no, goes for the Epitaph. Epitaph search into Leo. So here's an example, right? Ryan wants to play that epitaph on curve off of this Claris. So if we can hit something off this Wool 7 that freezes that, potentially make him overpay for it, that's going to feel quite good. Always tricky with the Chaos Arc list, of course, because all those different colors you get out is just going to build up that Chaos Arc, but that's the nature of that game. Onion Knight, as well as Uke. And we actually get rid of one of our 4-color walls. Okay, maybe hoping to hit Gilgamesh. There's a Samurai, there's an Arya, there's a Cyan, there's an Axe, and we do hit Gilgamesh FFBE. Granted, there's only one thing to dull freeze in our opponent's board, but hey, we're going to keep it down. So he's checking the colors, yeah. There's lightning, ice. So we have everything but light in there. So we can freeze that back up. So you probably want Gilgamesh and maybe the Samurai. Axstar Dull Freeze is your own Warrior of Light, so I don't know if you want that. And Cyan is another forward to board. Yeah, I like the Samurai backup. Cyan, you don't want to pay for a bunch of crystals right now. This will get you 1 crystal and draw you a card. I'm assuming we have it. Yeah, we have 1 Ultimate Shield in hand. Ryan checking the Gilgamesh. It is online for its 5 effect. Or are we going to miss Dragon the Break Zone? We are. Okay. Really values that backup. Just says, no, I don't want to get this backup frozen on turn 1. So we could Ultimate Shield to put 4 colors in there to attack. That's really not worth it, but technically is something you could do. Ryan keeping that backup alive. Are we going to go into the Epitaph? Do we have a Toto? Chaos. Okay, so Chaos is 1, 2, 3, 4. Only costs 3. Do we have an Arc in hand as well? Double Arc? If you're Brandon, I mean, you have to give up the Gilgamesh. You can't shield your way out of that one. Oh man, Chaos is such a punish for these multicolor decks. Okay, well, you lost your Gilgamesh. The good news is Gilgamesh doesn't really do much for Ryan. He does have some multicolored cards, but I think right now he just has like Earth and Water in there, so it doesn't even have First Strike and Haste. Going with Wool. Hit a... Is that Carbuncle? Is that what that card's called? It's like a back attack backup, right? That's funny. Yeah, it's a backup with no text other than the fact that it can be played on your opponent's turn. Well, now what does Brandon do? If he could answer this chaos somehow, that'd be amazing, but probably going for a Leo limit break, trying to dig for an answer. Yeah, that's true. Ryan does run 4-color Wool. I mean, he doesn't have a way to like Wool special, but he can just pitch it for any of those colors. And now suddenly Gilgamesh. Yeah, speaking of which, yeah, he just put it in the break zone. So he's still on 4. I still don't think he has a Dull Freeze unless he puts one of these arcs in there. Okay, so we do draw into Toto, but we just saw 2 arcs go to the bottom. Brandon's got to actually feel pretty decent about that. Ryan could have the 3rd one in hand, but now you know, oh, sweet. There's at most 1 arc I have to worry about right now. And we pass back at this point. Knowing we have Toto in hand, you have to have either Amaterasu or committing to a big board is so risky. We're going to go to combat, send in Warrior of Light, hit a Genova Synthesis into damage. Leave the Leo on guard duty. Leo's just sitting there with his little king arms crossed like, yeah, you're not getting through here. Brandon's got a lot in hand. He's kind of in a weird spot, though. Again, you know your opponent has Shantoto in board. So you don't just want to commit a bunch of forwards because then you know you're just going to get Toto board wiped. Ryan showed last game he's willing to do that even if you have 2 forwards. So you kind of want to do backups? The only forwards you would want to commit is something that freezes Ryan's backups. That way at least he has to really overpay for the Toto. Oh, are we doing the limit break again? We could just play that Samurai in hand. I mean, what limit? Unless you, I guess you could like Victoria here to to bop your own Gilgamesh. She's not enough to take out a chaos. Yeah, I don't know how much help the limit break deck is here. I think you just play the samurai. Yeah, you get another crystal. You draw a card. You're on 2 crystals. That makes Cyan at least a little less expensive if you ever get to him. Yeah, you could do Little Leela, but then I feel like Ryan just snaps off Toto once you've got 3 forwards on board. Does he have too much in hand size? Is that what's holding him up too? Or maybe he's trying to look for some combination of the limit break, like maybe a Zach plus some other ping he's got in his hand. Yeah, and Little Leela can't hit the board with a Wool 7 on the field anyway. Not that I would even want a Little Leela. Yeah, he just passes at that point. I'm glad he went in on the Samurai backup. I think that was a good choice. And Ryan just plays his own backup and says, yeah, go ahead. I'm fine being patient. The longer this goes, it should favor me. Brandon does have Amaterasu in hand. I can see it there in the far right corner. So he at least has potentially something to do against the Toto. Of course, if Ryan has Miss Dragon, it doesn't matter, but I mean, you got to make him have it, right? So you could risk it. You could try, all right, let's load up on forwards, try to get him to commit to the Shantoto, hope he doesn't have the Miss Dragon, and let Amaterasu save the day for me. Pitch a Sarah. Okay, Cyan. Nice. So we should have 2 crystals already from the 2 backups we played. So I'm assuming we're paying 3 to try to get 2 in addition. Okay, now we're going to break. Yeah, Ryan just says, nope, I don't want to deal with that. Okay, we have the ultimate shield. So this is going to resolve. So we've got a full 5 crystals. Could pick off this chaos if you're worried about it. Hits a Miss Dragon. Happy to see that go. That's one of the Amaterasu counters. But there's our first bonus burst on Ryan's side. Kusith will let us get back forward or backup from our break zone. Looks like we picked. I think he just picked up a backup. I'm assuming Ryan's going to try to snap off the Toto. We know Brandon has the Amaterasu. Ryan's probably thinking he's got Amaterasu with the Samurai backup standing tall and brave back there in the back line saying, yes, sir, reporting for duty. Are we going in on it? I mean, if Ryan has a Miss Dragon too, we know one's in the damage zone. I can't remember if he pitched one earlier. I think he did, because didn't he exile the break zone already? So yeah. Okay, so Garnet's going to attempt. Okay, we're going to attempt to get back the Miss Dragon. Ooh, nice. Okay, well, now you're in trouble because now you know he can Toto, which then Ryan opts to do. He wants to burn the Miss Dragon. Interesting. I guess it protects his break zone. Okay, yeah, so knowing he has the Miss Dragon, just still fires off the Amat anyway, just wanting to get the Miss Dragon out of Ryan's hand. It keeps his break zone fresh at least. That way, if Gilgamesh comes up, I'm not 100% sure if that trade is worth it, but I guess Ryan, it costs Ryan a lot of cards from hand too, so we would love to reload with a Wool 7 here. But instead, it looks like we're looking for the limit break deck, so we did not get anything we really want. Probably going to go in on a Leo. Yep. And we dig into something useful. We had to give up Vincent. I mean, I actually kind of like Vincent there. We could have frozen a bunch of the backups, but I bet he was lacking for ice CP. Brandon, that was a good opening for him. If he could have pressured something that turn, whether it was Gilgamesh, Wool 7, Zero Miss, like anything. Yeah. And Ryan hits his limit as well. Woo, just goes ahead and bops Leo on the noggin. That seems a little excessive for poor little Leo, but Cloud says, I don't care. Get out of here, you chump. Wall 7, although, oh man, we pitched Amaterasu to do it. Alphino's good. Onion Knight, not amazing. Alphino's good because you can get any character you want. Mute could also search out Remedy, or if there's still a Sid Randall in there. Onion Knight, I mean, you could bounce the Cloud. I guess Onion Knight does say delete Cloud from the field. So yeah, he decides to go in on that on the forward pressure. Says, nope, I don't have time to do backups. I've got to try to end this game, especially with your sweeper already gone. Man, I wish he didn't have to pitch the Amaterasu for that. Goes ahead and searches out Gilgamesh, Brave Exvius, and he's hoping, hey, if you don't have Mist Dragon. Yeah, I didn't think those hits were amazing at first, but like looking at it, I forgot that, yeah, the Onion Knight will actually just get rid of the Cloud entirely. Bounce is a lot stronger of removal piece when the forward just disappears into the ether and it doesn't go back to their hand. And with that Gilgamesh in hand, as long as we have ICP to play it, and we're thinking either all of Ryan's Mist Dragons might be accounted for too. One in the damage. I think there's 2 in the break zone. We actually played Gabranth. First time we've seen this, so we can search out any forward of, is it 4 or more or is it 5 or more? I think it might be 5 or more. Well, it's definitely more than 5 because we're going to go get Chaos. And did we find an arc to go along with this Chaos? I'm assuming you'll give up Alphino here. It's your weakest forward. Do we have an arc to follow it up? If Brandon has an ultimate shield and Gilgamesh, he might be able to win this in hand. We know he has Gilgamesh. Right? Can he play the Gilgamesh? There is that ice. That's ice. That's Axstar. Oh, wow. Axstar playing himself. Yeah. So we're going to Dull Freeze Chaos, Gabranth, our own Wool 7, but we're going to bring down Gilgamesh. Does Ryan have a way to stop this? Holy moly. So the Dull Freeze resolves. That's 3 forwards down. Here comes Gilgamesh. We're going to shoot Alf. Or no, we just get rid of Chaos. Yeah. It says Ryan doesn't have Arc. If he had Arc, he would have fired it off there. We don't care about this, Alphino. I'm making sure that your dude dies. Do we have 7? Or we just have 5? We're looking. We have 5. I don't think there's a light wall in there. So we will at least get one. I mean, this isn't lethal yet, though. Are we? Oh, are we doing Surrey? We're going all in. Or is that Cloud? I think that's Cloud he put on the. Yeah, we're going to break our own Alphino. This. Oh, and we did have the Mist Dragon. Oh, man. So Gilgamesh is just a blank card. I don't think he had lethal regardless, because only the Onion Knight and the Gilgamesh could have attacked, but but he's saying, hey, you got a board wipe for this board? Oh my gosh, Ryan would love a Genova Synthesis. No, he's missing a backup. He needs one more backup for Genova Synthesis to hit for 8. It's only going to shoot for 4 right now. We are... Looks like we cracked Miner to dig for a card. Yeah, and I see a fist bump. That's it. So Brandon pulled it back on that second game. Just kept pressure. What was it? Was it the Miner reveal? Whatever revealed those double arcs, that was huge, showing that, oh, you may have Chaos, but again, Chaos is a lot less threatening when you don't have the arc for free on top of it. So that was huge. So in game 1, Ryan was able to hit the double arc. In game 2, well, he hit him again, but this time they just went to the bottom of the deck. Yeah, he could have used the Sarah to reactivate the wall if he really wanted to go in for lethal, but didn't even need it. All right, so will we see just it flip right back to the other side? For this game 3, Ryan's going to get to go first again. He's had some good fortune so far. He's had the Mist Dragons when he's needed to see him. Other than those 2 arcs going to the bottom, like I don't feel like I've seen Ryan take any dead turns where he's just had to, like, draw a pass or anything. Whereas Brandon's had a few of those. All right, this is gonna be it. So these are top 4. So all of these men are already guaranteed to go to nationals. Granted, I know Ryan already has his invite from last year. I don't think Brandon has an invite, but he's got one now if he didn't. So Ryan's will definitely pass down. On the other side, who was it? It was a Muhammad and Mike Powell, and Mike should have his. So that's at least 2 guaranteed pass downs, and maybe more if there's someone else I'm not aware of. So Ryan just pitches the Hecaton back up, goes in on Kryl. Brandon has started with Sarah in the last 2 games. Will he start with her in a 3rd game? No, plays Scholar. Huh. That is not the usual start you see for a Wool 7 list. Pitches Axstar and Lena. That's got to feel good for Ryan. I mean, if Brandon follows us up with Wall 7, then it's not really much different than just a backup. Oh, and look at that. There's the Carbuncle backup. Yeah. That's funny. Who thought you'd be seeing that in 2024? So Carbuncle back attacks in on the end of Brandon's turn. We do get the Miner, instantly hit a Leatherworker and a Kolka. Absolutely worth it. And another Leatherworker. Wow, that's one of the better Miners we've seen. Leatherworker's completely free, so Ryan is going to be on 4 backups on turn 2, which feels darn good. Yeah, and pass. Ooh, Brandon, I hope you got Wool here, and I hope it can dull freeze like 4 backups. He does, okay. So what did we hit? Some backups, Vincent, okay. I was kind of joking about the freeze and all the backups thing. I was like, I don't think that's possible. Yeah, it totally is. Onion Knight doesn't do much here. Samurai gets you at least another crystal and a card draw. Is that Larsa who that last one is? Yeah. So Samurai's definitely better than the Onion Knight. Vincent, pretty timely. Not a bad time to hit a Vincent. It's only going to keep those down for a single turn, but he could then give up the attacking to freeze one thing every turn. Yeah, Ryan just passes, potentially holds open a Mist Dragon. Just says, that's okay. You may have stunned me for 1 turn, but you're not going to do that again. He can take 1 by 1, but and then the 1 at a time from Vincent is so much slower than just the instant 3 he gets on entry. Are we attacking? Yep, we are. Hits a chaos. Hey, happy to see that go. Ooh, but there's a bonus burst as as Kusith will get us back Leo. I'm sure Brandon would have loved to have seen Arc as the follow-up there. That just says, there you go, they're both gone. Yeah, he opts not to realizes, I need to put pressure on this guy. I need to put him up to damage. Vincent freezing a single thing every turn is probably just not really worth it. Not when your opponent's already on 4 backups. I think Brandon's at 5 in hand, so he could just sit on this hand. Maybe he's at 6. He might be forced to commit to something. Are we hitting our limit? It looks like he pitched double ice. What is he going in on, Surges? Yeah, that's interesting. Okay. We just hardcast Surges to dull Vincent. That's strange. Huh. I mean, maybe it would have been if we were worried about hand size. I think it might have just been better to discard for size. Like, I mean, I guess you are saying, hey, if you don't have Toto, if you don't have a board wipe, I'm presenting another attacker. I can put you to 5 next turn. I'd be very surprised if Ryan can't do anything about any of these forwards. Obviously, we would have gone in on a Leo if we had the water CP, but I'm assuming we didn't. Or if we did, we just didn't want to give it up. Yeah, so we'll just Shanto to the board, say, okay, do we have Amaterasu for this? Looks like we do. Do we have Mist Dragon for Amaterasu? Yep, of course. I don't think we have let an Amaterasu resolve this entire series. I think we've had the Mist Dragon for it every time. Yeah, man, I don't know about that Surgus. That's Well, the Toto's down now at least. And at least that's one less Mist Dragon to worry about. We're giving up another. Oh, okay, we have a Wall 7 reset. Man, we threw out some good cards for that. So Zero Miss, Gilgamesh, and Amaterasu, but who cares when you hit Zero Miss, double Axstar, and Ferris? Oh, man, do we have something to play off of this Axstar? Zero Miss is obviously very good. We aren't on damage 3, so we're only going to get a single freeze. That makes it a little less appealing. Gilgamesh would have been pretty nuts here. I mean, Axstar is great if we have another 3 to play from hand. Axstar does also threaten damage-based removal if our opponent puts anything down that can block. So we do go for Zero Miss and Ferris. Ferris also does represent damage-based removal without Dull Freeze in our own wall. I'm assuming you're going to freeze the Toto since that's kind of your only... No, he goes for the Kryl. Actually, he says, nah, I don't want you to potentially get a summon back. Toto represents some multi-elements, but if we play something like Leo, then we have all the elements we need anyway, which, yep, we absolutely did. Warrior of Light says, yeah, that was nice. You tried to freeze my Kryl, not for very long. Judge looks like he's checking up, but yeah, he pitched a card to play for the Leo. Then he's going to tap the 4 for Warrior of Light. It looks like their question. Oh, yeah. They're checking to see how everything was paid, but I saw it paid correctly, so. Yeah, I guess maybe the judge was confused, but it was all done correctly. Anyway, so here comes Cloud. Cloud has hit our limit. Presumably, we'll just get rid of Zero Miss. Ultimate Shield says, nah, no, thank you. I'd rather not, actually. Here comes Warrior of Light. We'll take our first point of damage, and it is whatever it is, because it got put off camera. Nice, and then the Zero Miss gets to dull everything. Okay, so Brandon's in a decent spot. He can put him to 5 here. Man, Gilgamesh, if there's 7 in that break zone, feel pretty nuts here, especially if Ryan doesn't have anything. Does Ryan only have 1 in hand? Oh, boy. So Ferris will Tring, shoot something for 7. Leo, I don't think that's enough to kill Leo, though, right? Yeah, because Leo's got too much health. Hits a Leo into damage. Here comes Zero Miss. What are we going to freeze? Warrior of Light, who's much less intimidating when he's sideways. And there's another bonus burst of Ingus. Go search out any Earth forward you want. Warrior of Light's already on the field, as well as Leo. Who do you get? Do you get Genova Synthesis? It's a pretty clean answer to this. I guess if you're running a Neo X Death forward, you could get that too. Just wipe out your opponent's board. Gets the Genova Synthesis, yeah. Will mop up the Zero Miss as well as the Ferris, although Warrior of Light will stick around at least. That's a really clean answer to this board. Gonna put him to 5. And then that's funny. He's probably like, I wish I'd hit that the last point of damage instead of the Ingus. Genova Synthesis hits for 5, and I'm assuming that's gonna be it for Brandon's turn, yeah. So Genova Synthesis is definitely coming down. Unless Brandon has like a Hecaton in response. I'm not even sure if that effect works that way. Oh, we did have Amaterasu. Do we have another? Does Ryan have Mist Dragon again? No, but he is going to use the Kryl summon to go get it. So this Amaterasu has not resolved. Or what are they trying to figure out? So what is cast Amaterasu by Brandon to cancel the Genova synthesis. Ryan responded by breaking the Cryle backup to get back Miss Dragon. And then so 8,000 to the board. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Leo's still not small enough for the Ferris triggers to kill it. I believe it's only 6,000 damage. But it looked good there for Brandon for a minute. But that Ingus getting to search out the Genova synthesis was huge. Huge. Yeah, that put Brandon in quite the pickle. Does Genova do 8K if the Cryle is sacked? That's a good question. I need to check the card. Because if so, that needs to be rewound immediately. Let me check. When Genova synthesis enters a field, deal 4,000 damage all the forward opponent controls. If you control 5 or more Earth backups, deal 8,000. Oh man, somebody get out there, Judge. Matt, are you on the stream? Yeah, at resolution it checks for I don't think they should, because if he cracked the Cryle in response, yeah, that should not have happened. That should only do 4,000 damage. Matt, are you on the stream? I don't think anyone's here where they can hear me. Isn't the judge watching that game? He was checking their decks a second ago. Yeah, so it says when Genova synthesis enters a field, deal 4,000 damage to all the forward's opponent controls. If you control 5 or more Earth backups, deal 8,000 to them instead. So because he cracked the Cryle in response, that should have killed the 8K. It should only be 4,000 damage. Oh man. Oh no, there's no one on there. Judge! I'm just yelling into the void. There's no one who can hear me. I mean, there was a judge there like earlier looking at cards on, but yeah, and I thought there was supposed to be a dedicated one to the stream. Oh my goodness, that is not. Yeah, I mean, Brandon should have his entire board still. Like that. That is a bad blunder, and that could cost him the game. That's not good. Ryan must have forgotten that too, because I don't think he would have broken the Cryle if he knew that. Oh man, that is really unfortunate. That is really, really unfortunate. Yeah, and at this point they've done probably too many turns to rewind, but I mean Brandon should not have lost any of his forwards. It just should have done 4K and then Ferris fires off a bunch of pings. At Cryogate 2024. We're here live on the ground at Cryogate 2024. Oh man, oh man. Well, based on the board we have right now, I mean, I guess Brandon could try to find like a Gilgamesh to get out of this. I mean, I was told there should be a judge there watching it, so I don't know. Yeah, and it is. It's both players' responsibility. Like Brandon should be checking that too. Unfortunate, very unfortunate. One day, I have a dream. One day, we're gonna get through one of these streams without a bunch of things happening that shouldn't be happening. It'll be the year 2038, but maybe it'll finally happen. Yeah, and that's what really sucks about that. Again, that's not like some minor blunder of like, oh, you should have paid one extra card from hand. That's literally your entire board should still be there. Oh, I wish someone was that I could have sent someone run into the table. And I'm assuming Brandon doesn't really have much to do with his hand at the moment. The Amaterasu actually would have saved him there, yeah, because even having to break for the cryo, then that just would have nullified the 8k damage. Are they in a pause, or are they just thinking? Yeah, say they might have caught it because neither of the players are moving at the moment. I don't know how much you can rewind it if you can't, like, because I want to see this played out legitimately. Like, Brandon should have his board still, but yeah, it's so many turns past now. Man, oh man. Oh man, oh man. Yeah, I'm assuming they're having a discussion about it now because no one's really made a play here for a minute. If we rewound 9 casts in Worlds, we can rewind 3 turns. I mean, we have video footage too, right? They could. I would personally. I'm fine getting this correct. They can pause the video, go back and look at it, and you could do that. I'm sure, and I know Ryan is a player with integrity, so I would think he would want that too. But I don't know. I don't want to speak for him. But yeah, I mean, a warning is like whatever. That doesn't really do much at this point. D-Watch, I think I saw a stream where that happened once, where essentially a forward was broken illegally when it shouldn't have been. And the 2 turns later, they just put the forward back on the board, like, all right, well, there you go, it's fixed. Yeah, you could put the forwards back into play. I mean, there's no, other than a pure rewind to set it back, like, there's no clean answer to this. Yeah, so let's see. If Genova did 4, Ferris would have pinged twice, which would have been 6, which still wouldn't do anything. It looks like they're continuing on. Yeah, Cloud's going to break Leo. I guess they're just continuing on. And there was a 0 miss on board, though, so... Yep, and there's another Miss Dragon. So Gilgamesh came down and said, hey, I do absolutely nothing. Ryan's going to attack with Warrior of Light, take a point of damage. Can't even tell what it is. Here comes Cloud. Do you offer to trade Cloud? Take another point of damage. Hit the Tyro. Go search out. What do we get this point? You could play Ingus immediately. Nope, just goes ahead and gets Chaos. Says, I'll take one of those off your board if you don't mind. Play the Chaos. Go ahead and flip over. And there's Arc. We have no hand. Yeah, the little body language I can read. Look at that. They even basically missed the fist bump. Both players just look kind of dejected. Man, oh man. Yeah, I think, again, so if he gave up the backup, I'll have to go check the VOD. I don't know how much Ryan had in hand, but it is very possible Brandon just wins on the spot there because he has 0 miss. The entire board has to go dull. And then I think he can just swing in for lethal. I'd have to check the VOD to be 100% sure on that, but... Unfortunate, man. That's I was enjoying that match, so that's a shame it kind of ended that way because I really would have liked to have seen how that should have just naturally played out. Unfortunate. Really unfortunate. Well, while you guys sort it out in the chat, I'm going to take a quick break, get some water, run to the bathroom. I don't think I was given any information on the Muhammad match with Mike Powell, so we're still waiting to see how that shapes up. I am enjoying watching all the comments go here. I will say, too, I'm just going to put this out for everyone in the community that when certain players make mistakes, I've seen people just jump down their throat. But then when other players make mistakes, people make excuses for them or say it's a mistake. It's just, I just wish we would apply that evenly, because I've seen some people in this very chat attack people who have also made genuine mistakes. But then when another person does it, suddenly it's okay. So like, I just wish it was even across the board. Either it's never okay or it's always okay. But it seems very much based on like, well, I like this person, so I'll make excuses when they do it. I don't like person X, so I won't make excuses when they do it. So it's unfortunate. I wish the situation hadn't gone that way. It's a shame we weren't able to rewind or find something else, but both players look pretty dejected. I'm back, sir. Howdy. Yeah, there was a big ol' blunder on the. Essentially, Ryan wiped Brandon's board when he shouldn't have. It should have broken, but. Correct. Yeah, I don't know if they paused there for a while, set the table, so I thought maybe they were talking with the judge at that point, but I couldn't tell. I just don't. Well, everyone just got their own opinion on it, of course. Did you happen to hear from the other match? Oh, okay. Yeah. If you get it, happy to hear who won the other one. If anyone can still listen in the man, I was talking with Michael Byrne about this. He said at his locals, it would be cool if like the stream had some sort of like I think he said they had a red light, so you can hit a button and a little light goes off at the table, which signals to the players, "Hey, put your cards down. You know something has been spotted on stream. Just wait a minute. We're gonna get a judge over there. We're gonna discuss it, make sure it's legit, and then move on." I would love if we had something like that. Yeah, well, yeah, that's the thing. Like, you guys are already running on low manpower, so all of that requires people to run the thing. Which, if you don't have it, then
Yeah, it was.
yeah.
It's just a yeah. I turn the on button here. I make sure that everything's going, and then I have to go back to organizing tables and
Exactly.
running stuff. So
Yeah,
yeah.
yeah, and it's not like your store is closed during the day. You still have a
Yeah,
normal
no,
store to
yeah,
run. So
still running a bunch of other stuff. Yeah, I somebody brought up in chat. It would be cool if the judge had a headset. That is something we'll probably look into just to see if that would help for
yeah,
events of this size. Obviously, we're not gonna like do it for locals or anything like that, but
sure.
yeah, yeah. Somebody said they were calling the store, but we haven't gotten a call, so we might have to look into it.
That might have been,
Might have
or
been the
they're
wrong number,
joking.
or you called while somebody else was already on the phone.
Yeah,
But
or they're
yeah. So yeah, I think it would be pretty cool to because they could hear you while you're commentating. Hey, like
yeah.
we're doing this, yeah. But also that's a lot of noise for a judge at the same time, you know. So it's yeah, I don't know what he saw when he came back and when he was at the other table. So I can't answer that exactly. Um, and to be 100% honest, I am not 100% familiar with the meta, so I would not know from from exactly just the reading of the comment to know exactly if that would bring up questions. So I am not the person to ask there. I am just the tech guy running stuff. Yeah, I mean, Michael, a headset with that would be good for catching things, but also it would continually be pinging him and reading things, and he would not be able to focus on anything else. So, if anything, that might cause more issues when he hears a judge call, has to go back, and then keeps hearing all that stuff in his head. How's he to make a call when his head's full of comments? You know? yeah, like they said there, it was brought up to question seeing if they could rewind it, but it was determined, I suppose, that it was just a little too far past what had happened at the time. Yeah, Joker. That would be ideal. We would love a judge at every single table to make sure that no one is ever missed, but that would be. No, there was not one judge at each table. We have a judge running all of our side events, and then one judge running top 8. Yeah, we do not have. We still have just the 2 judges. So yeah, one is helping with all of our side events, like standard and title and draft and everything like that, and then 2 judges. So the one at Top Cut and one for. Yes, absolutely. It is unfortunate that someone else had a call at the same time something else was happening, but I mean it would be nice if we could, just give it time extensions and pause everything all the time, but then we'd also be here for play one match at a time. Yeah, they could, but people have flights to get to. That's even why we started we got everybody in here at 9 to get started at 10, because we normally would start at like 11 or noon on a Sunday, but yeah, that would have people here till, much later, so tried to get everything done on time. Sit on each other's laps and play together. That would be fun. I'm going to go ahead and see if I can figure any new news out from the judge and everything like that is running the event.
Thank you, Matt.
To go ahead and get you your finalists, and then we'll be right back.
Thank you. Personally, I've always been a fan of rewinding the stream too. I know that FF is and card games in general are not on the level of something like the NFL or the MLB, right? But that's why they add more and more replay into those professional sports, because fans see something and they don't want their team screwed because, oh, hey, something happened that it shouldn't have, so they add in replay. And MLB has started adding an instant replay to check on things that, hey, that wasn't correct. And some people say that takes the human element out of the game, but I don't know. I guess I'm in the camp of like, hey, I want the call to be right. Like whoever it benefits, I want the call to be correct. So when it's caught on stream, as I'm sure there's tons of stuff that happens off stream that none of us see, I don't know. I would totally be in favor of like pause the stream. Let's take a second. Let's go, take it maybe would take 10 minutes. Go back, rewatch it. And maybe if you're trying to reset the game state, maybe that gets more complicated. But if it was right in the end, I think that'd be pretty cool. Yeah, it gets harder and harder to reverse longer the game goes. That's why it would be sick to have something like whatever, a walkie-talkie, headset communication, a light at the table, something so that when you immediately catch it, you can just go, whoa, 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 hold on, pause. Let's stop right there before this gets any further. We detected something that shouldn't have happened.
doing deck techs, checking each other right now, looking at their deck lists. And there should be a match starting pretty soon. Just wanted to get them up so we could see them as they start up. And now, to the delight of everyone, there is a judge just at their table. There is no one else that could possibly distract them, unless there's some kind of emergency in the building. So this is the finals. We've got Mike Powell and Ryan Chen on the field. I'm going to go ask them to pull their mats to the end of the table so we can get a better view of all of their stuff. So give me 1 sec, and we will be...
Very good call. Yeah, Matt Rice, if you can hear this from the comments, please drop a stunner on anybody. I will go full JR. I'll be like, by God, a stunner out of nowhere. And you got to hear the glass shatter. Down. How does he sleep at night? Dude, I would be so happy if you did that. That'd be amazing. You see an RKO happen, someone just flies in off screen, and just Ryan just gets laid out on the table, and Mike covers him. 1, 2, 3, ding, 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 ding. That's how you decide the Materia Cup winner. All right, but for the actual match we are starting our grand finals here at the Florida Materia Cup for Final Fantasy 2024. Thank you to the Haven Games for running this. And let's get right into this match. Ryan is going to start off with a Claris, searches out an Epitaph King. Mike says, ooh, you played a king. I would like to play a king as well. Technically, Claris isn't a king. He's the minister, but he gets a king. So Mike is going to go search out Lena. Will we see it come down this turn? So this will be 4-color Wool versus Chaos Arc. Mike essentially having to run it back as he just fought Muhammad, and I believe Muhammad was also on a version of Chaos Arc. His was more like water lightning based, but Ryan's going to go ahead and put out Epitaph, likely search out a Leo. Indeed he shall. Mike did opt to put down the Lena. So we are going to hopefully get down a fire or earth backup on Mike's side, get to those 4-color backups as quick as we can. We do put down Lunith. Did he pitch 4-color Wool for that? There's a bit of a glare where his break zone is, so I can't quite tell what's in there. Are we going to play Earth as well? Oh, we're just going to Leo Limit Break. Interesting. Just want to dig deeper, try to find what we can. Go ahead and flip over the Toto as she's now worthless. And Leo will draw us 1 deeper. We are ahead of Ryan by 1 backup despite going second, but I have a feeling Ryan is going to rectify that this turn. If you have predictions in chat, feel free to put them out here. Ryan puts out a leather worker and just passes. That's kind of all he's got. He had to pay for that, right? Like, I don't think it becomes free until you've got 3 or more. So I think he had to pay for that one. Is leaving his other 2 backups up, so possibly wanting to use a Mist Dragon on Mike's turn. So we play. Oh, yep, yeah. I just noticed that too. I was like, wait, where did Earth CP come from? Mike's like, yeah, good question. Okay, there you go. That's the kind of FF play we want to see. Instant catching of like, wait, that doesn't work that way. So he corrects it, puts the Earth CP into the break zone, and now Tyro will hit to go get us Zidane. Ooh, and we can play the Zidane too. We have Lunith and King Tycoon up, so we can give a quick little scout of Ryan's hand and start cultivating it. Zidane comes down. We have a Titan, a 4-color Wool, a Leo, a Gabranth, and an Arc. Opts to get rid of Leo. No chaos for the Arc yet. Ryan doesn't even look at it. Just says, oh, yep, hold on. We got to take a damage first. There's another leather worker. What do we get? A leather worker. Do you just get rid of this Arc and say it's just 1 less to deal with? That way, if chaos comes down, you don't even have to, especially since you got so many colors. Yeah, it says, yeah, please remove that. We draw a card, hit a bonus burst into damage. Oh, man. Ryan's going to be happy with that. Search out any forward he desires. Probably, who do you want in this situation? You've got Leo. You've got 4-color Wool. Garnet's not bad. Une, yeah, Une's a good one too. I was just thinking Une's some coloring. And we have a full 4 colors online for Mike. Zidane will threaten to keep ripping up this hand unless we can drop something. Is Chaos going to come down? Did we get Chaos? There's the Minor. Ooh, backup City. We hit the Carbuncle back attack as well as Kolka. Could go to a full 5 here if we wanted. Does temporarily lock us out of Toto, although we have things like Minor we can break if we need to Toto later. Yep, we do decide to go to... And yeah, we're actually going to use the Kolka effect. So we discard the 4-color Warrior of Light and deal its... I believe its power as damage. So I think it shot the Zidane for 10k there. Une's going to come down. We're going to try to keep Mike off of... Leo's going to disappear into the abyss of the limit break zone, and we'll keep him off one of these colors. Probably... Tyro's the most expensive to replay, but he would get to search a forward out. Maybe you just do Lunith or Lena. That way he's not technically getting value. Did Mike draw off the Lena, by the way? Yeah, that Tyro burst should have triggered a Lena, I just realized. Did we draw off the Tyro burst? It's I don't I was looking at the burst and went right, but yeah, I don't know if anyone caught. Let me know if Mike actually drew off the Lena for the Tyro burst, because that is mandatory too. I assume he did, because I assume that's why Ryan was hesitating whether he wanted to use it for a second. Okay, good stuff. So many things going on in the game. Someone said he did. Matt Rice is saying he did not. Someone else is saying he didn't. Yeah, and since Ryan Tree, that's man. Oh man, no, not again. Come on, guys. We got to get through one of these without mistakes. That is a mandatory trigger too. You can't opt to not do it. So Leo goes in, hits a Titan into damage. And what are we bringing down now? Do we have 4 wool? Nope. There's Ingus. We go up the Ingus back up. Says, hey, actually, let's go get 4 wool. Hey, that's pretty good. Sarah will go get us Refia and 4-color Warrior of Light. Yeah, I can't say about the Une play, Richie. I would hope he paid it correctly for the right water, but I don't know. I don't know if he did or not. So here comes Une. Did we pay with water for that? We're doing the cheaper reduction cost. So Leo's also gonna disappear into the void of the limit break zone. And looks like we hit the Lunith. So we're still keeping the 4 colors offline. Although you could play not Refia, you could play Lunith, then use Refia to reactivate, and then play Warrior Light in main phase 2. You probably don't want to do it in main 2, but Mike has a nice full grip of cards there. Do we have Zidane? Looks like we might just be going for Zidane again. Yep. All right, show me what you're working with. And he says, oh, I'll show you something, but only after I kill this thing with Titan. What do we have? Garnet, and is that double Gabranth? I can't quite tell what those cards are underneath. One of them was Genova Synthesis. Okay. I think Gabranth might have been the other one. Like, all right, well, Zidane's gone. Do you have another source of fire you can use to get that Lunith back down? Would really like to get this Une off the field, too. You do not want to let Ryan start getting back summon value. We could use the Refia. We scouted the hand, assuming he didn't draw into a summon yet. We're going to go in on the Refia. We don't have enough Warriors of Light, though. So yeah, we're going to need to play another one if we're trying to use this Refia trigger right now. Which Mike is definitely considering. I mean, he's got so many cards in hand. He's clearly mathing that out. Hoping Ryan didn't draw into something else. So there, we play the Lunith. Now we're going to have enough. I'm going to activate Kuchulain. Oh, I thought we were using it. No, we're going for another Leo. Mike just constantly hitting that limit break. And we get the draw from Leo. Activate for Refia. The thing is, you do need to spin this on his turn, yeah, because you can't let it to the bottom. You could put it on top and essentially dare him to replay it again. Aw, thank you, woke Joker. I appreciate that. So here comes Ingus. We can get Warrior of Light, although we don't have color fixing. And I think he still has Warrior of Light in hand unless he's pitched it out. No, goes for Genova. Okay, so this time we're going to go for a Genova, and this time it should be an 8K board wipe, as I don't see any backups breaking in response. Ooh, do we potentially have Amaterasu? Amaterasu says, if it just did nothing. I'd rather you didn't. I mean, Genova turning into kind of like a Theodore saying, hey, just discard 3 cards from hand. That's not terrible, right? It's not, it was at least, it got something out of Mike's hand. Although this Refia is gonna, and there's a Zidane again. Zidane says, sir, I would like to cultivate your hand. So we do have Warrior of Light, don't have the colors to fix it. Get guard. You know, there's an argument you don't take anything here, right? Gabranth technically represents chaos, but there's no arc. Garnet can get us back any summon. Warrior Light is always dangerous if he can come out. Currently, he cannot. I'm assuming we're going to spin and then activate with the Refia. Yeah, I actually got to do my Amaterasu call because it actually resolved for once. Didn't get misdragoned. All right, so Refia sends sends that card packing, Genova Synthesis. And now here comes the Dane. It's Carbuncle. Yeah. Do you leave this hand alone? He says, yeah, let me check your break zone. Again, the Warrior Light technically is a dead card. Yeah, Garnet could get you back a summon. What are you really worried about? And that's what he's checking for. I think you might just leave this hand alone. There goes Gilgamesh into damage. Just Refia is still active with her trigger. Yeah, Ryan needs like Toto or something. He's got to get all this off the board. If this Refia sticks around, it is going to take this game for sure. Richie saying he would take Garnet in the chat, but Mike opted not to. I know when Verdian's looking at his limit break list that he doesn't have like an amazing option. This Chaos. Okay, so Chaos finally comes down. Unless he would have had to have drawn Chaos and Arc specifically. So the odds are not in his favor that he has them. On the stack, Refia is going to just try to send Chaos packing. Do you put it on top? No, Mike just keeps putting it into the bottom. He says, I'm not even going to worry about potentially hitting it into damage. I just want it gone. And we steal Leo. Little Leo. And that's it. Clearly we didn't have an Arc. Oh, man. This Refia. She is just dancing in front of that mirror, checking herself out in that white mage outfit. Just just that forward's gone, and that one's gone, and I'll draw this card, and that one's gone. Casting a Kusith to get back Warrior of Light from a break zone. Yep. This could be lethal, potentially, if we have a way to get rid of... Yeah, because Warrior of Light can ping the Leo. Refia can just spin, play Warrior of Light. It's free. It resolves. Oh, man. Yeah, so you can spin the Ingus, send it to the bottom, attack with Warrior of Light on the stack, trigger, kill it, and unless Ryan has some kind of counter, this is game. Heck, we even have Lunith for haste if for some reason we needed it if we get another card. Oh, we are. We're hitting our limit. Oh, we're just going to go for Titus. Say, yeah, actually, we're just going to... I can't take it anymore. The Titus limit has been hit. Does Ryan have any answer to this? Otherwise, Ingus, we don't even need the Refia. Ingus is going to the bottom. That backup's going on top. Nope. Looks like Ryan's letting it resolve. Dude, Mike has used so many Tituses this tournament. I love it. I love seeing that many Titus limit breaks come out. And reactivate Refia. Is this game? Judge caught that Sarah on the backup line. Who do you attack with first? Yeah, I guess you do Warrior of Light because that's the only way you make sure Leo doesn't die, or that Leo dies. There's Epitaph and Refia. Ingus, it is a bonus burst, and Ryan says, nah, not interested. That's the game. Wow. Pretty quick from Mike. That was probably the biggest beatdown I've seen against Ryan in this tournament. He's usually looked really good. I guess it helps when your Amaterasu actually resolves, right? In that last match against Brandon, I don't think his Amaterasu ever got to resolve, but it turns out when it resolves, it's pretty solid. All right, let's see if Mike can make this a quick 2-0 or if Ryan can punch back. And Ryan did get to go first. So that did not save him there. Zidane puts in so much work. I love arguing with Ghoul about that card. That card's not that good. It's like, you see what that card does? Plucking an arc from your hand, like, holy moly. That's solid. So Orion obviously would like this match to go quite a bit differently. He got to his backups, but yeah, Zidane sculpting his hand really worked well with Mike. Mike uses his limit break very aggressively, which is really interesting to see. I tend to be more conservative with mine. I kind of only use it if I have to, but I kind of admire the way Mike just like, nah, fire off the Leo, fire off the Leo. If we can Titus, we're going to Titus. Ryan starts with a turn 1 Cryle for Lady Garnet. Mike will start with Elena and pass. Okay. So a bit of a slower start. Last time he was able to do King Tycoon into Elena. And there's our minor. Tyro insta-hit, making it all the more worth it. Yeah, I think that's like the third time I've seen on stream that the Tyro is the only backup that Ryan hits off the minor. But a backup's a backup. You're happy to see him regardless. Snap play from Mike. Did he not find another backup he wants? These 4-color decks, it's so important that you get your different colored backups down and get them down quickly. These decks can brick you if you see those cards in the wrong order and you're not able to properly pay for your backups or see them. I do see King Tycoon in hand, which if we had like Lunith, we could search out Ferris and pay for it that way. Mike's trying to map it out. I mean, a second copy of Lena isn't terrible. She does have a special, though it's probably a bit early for that. Oh, nice. We have Cryo. Okay. So we pitch 4-color Wool and Ferris. We're going to get back. What's in there? Ferris, yeah. Because it gets back a summon or a category 5 forward. Forward or character? I think it's forward. Might be character, but. And then we'll pitch. Is this the King Tycoon? Yep. So we've got 3 of our colors. We can go get another Ferris. We can just get a Lena to pull it out of the deck, although it does have an EX burst, so there's a good argument to leave it in. But he says, nah, I'll take the Lena. He could potentially Lena special for the Zidane next turn. He doesn't have a spare water to use it with, but... Another minor, which reveals another minor. And a Leatherworker. Leatherworker's good. That's free. We like free things. I'm assuming Leatherworker's going to come down for free. Yep, for the whole cost of nothing. And then, and we go into Tyro. So yeah, we just go ahead and lock up our 5 backups. We're set to go. Tyro gives us a little color splashing so we can play things like Une, Garnet, and Ingus is the forward of choice for 1 whole CP. I'll tell you what, this Ingus for 1 whole CP, go ahead and get yourself another forward. Why, it's so cheap, the missus won't even know you spent your money. Mike is fire away from being set up on his 4 colors. Zidane could be solid here. Rip some cards out of Ryan's hand, although unless he's got another one in hand, probably going to have to lend a special for it. I know he's got Ferris. There's Amaterasu. Always happy to have that card around. We obviously have the other Lena he searched. Hmm. I can't see what that was he put into the break zone. I think it might have been Ferris. Plays Bosch, so we'll take a point of damage. It is not an EX burst. It is a Mist Dragon. And we're going to search out any Earth or Fire. Yep, there's a Dane. Well, that's how you get him. Now, we still don't have a Fire backup, so I'm assuming he's jamming this out this turn, because otherwise, like, wouldn't you just search out Luneth? So he's going to have to overpay for him a little bit. Pitching Amaterasu. Man, yeah, Mike wants to see this hand. Says Ingus is going to go. I don't want you searching out Genova Synthesis or anything. It's Gilgamesh. Okay, so Gilgamesh does threaten to kill the Zidane. Although you could argue that it would be expensive. Oh, and then he hits Genova's Synthesis into damage, which is very possible what Ryan would have been looking for anyway. Oh, man, what a hit. Question is, did Ryan draw anything good off of the Zidane effect anyway? This is still got to feel good for Ryan. He's on 5 backups. Mike doesn't have fire down yet. We are going to have to hit our limit, so we didn't have anything better in hand. I'm assuming Zidane's going to be the one to go. Yeah, Mike showing, you want Bosch? Yeah? You want to do Bosch? And did we just Lena special? Oh, we did. I don't remember if it's called a rise or what it's called. It says, nope, back to me, my Zidane. Just revives it immediately. Mike really valuing the Zidane says, this is the card that's going to help me win this matchup. A Warrior of Light you can't use. A Kusith. Yeah, you might just keep him. I guess we missed Dragon in response. Yeah, so the break zone got exiled. Wait. But if we had Mist Dragon. Okay, never mind. I was like, if we had did we draw it off the Zidane? Like, if we had the Mist Dragon, why didn't we just. Well, whatever. Anyway, so Une bounces Lena and Zidane. Ryan is doing a really good job of resetting Mike's board at this point. Honestly, I don't hate a Toto here, just so this Une can't start getting back value. Okay, so I mean, see, you think he lent it in response to the Mist Dragon? That's what I was gonna say. I was like, why wouldn't he have just Mist Dragon when he went for the Zidane? It looks like he did the Lena on top of it. Can Mike answer this Une and possibly develop a board? Another Zidane. Oh my goodness. Are we Zidaning too much at this point? I mean, he got rid of a Kusith, but was he trying to mill him out? There's Lena. It says, would you like this leather worker? And Mike's like, no, I guess you can keep that. We do get rid of a chaos. That's pretty good. I guess the Kusith too, you don't want, it's just another summon Une can recur at this point. Mike is just, he is on the back of Zidane here. Says, all right, Monkey Man, take me to victory. The hard cast of the Arc. Okay, so I mean, we did draw it, but, and we'll have to give up Zidane and, was that Refia? I didn't see what that card was. And then Une, I'm assuming, snapped Arc right back in the hand. And Ryan saying, all right, well, I may have to pay for it, but I'll just keep breaking your stuff every turn. Did we Zidane too much? Did we give up too many cards for Zidane? That's what Mike's trying to figure out right now. We're playing, is that Ingus or Luneth? I think that's Luneth. We're going to Leo, try to draw one deeper. I don't know about the Leo here because probably Ryan's just going to fire off the Arc again next turn, and you'll have to discard whatever the Leo drew anyway. I don't know about that. Mist Dragon, just remove your break zone. Yeah, Une's just going to get it back. Just do it again, just for funsies. Ingus for 1, go search out whatever we want. Possibly Genova Synthesis. And we pass there after we go get Gabranth. Gabranth can get us into Chaos. I'll really lock this game down. We'll get that Chaos Arc online. I mean, Mike does have... I can't... Is that Ingus on the far right? I think it is. I don't think he has fire still. Again, the glare's making it a little hard to see. We send in Leo. Cloud blocks. He's like, okay. And then trades. Are we going to Toto? I'm assuming we're going to Toto? Yeah. Okay, Shantoto. That's why we sent the forwards in. I was like, I don't think we're just sending those in just to... We're suicidal. He's suicidal! So Mike has a decent backup line now, but he has nothing in hand, so he's just going to be top decking. And we're pretty sure Ryan has the Chaos Arc ready to go. Yeah. So any forward Mike plays here is just going to get whoop. Arc's going to come down and just blam. So if you can somehow get rid of... I mean, Refia's not terrible. Do you have enough Warriors of Light? You do. You could theoretically put Refia out. It's going to die to Arc, but you could at least get rid of the Chaos. It's not a great play. Granted, you could also just hold, right? If you don't put any forwards out, he can't Arc you. He does have to have a forward. He has very little in his break zone because Ryan has removed it with a Mist Dragon. Yeah, Mike has Shantoto right now, so Ryan just played the Chaos for free. No effect, but he just wants it because he's got the Arc in hand. Because I'm pretty sure he pulled Arc back with, not Shantoto, Une. Can't tell what Mike has in hand. Maybe it's a backup. Yeah, I think there's an argument here you just passed. Don't give him a forward that he can just bop with the Arc. Take a point of damage. There's a bonus burst of Cryo. Oh, it doesn't look like we have a target. Our break zone's been so chewed up, we didn't have anything to recur off the Cryo burst. Cuchulainn, however, does have a target. We can blink Chaos and go ahead and draw a card. Looks like we're pitching Warrior of Light for Hecaton. Nice. So we're going to just try to cut off our opponent's backup line. We will break the King Tycoon, which does cut us off 4-color wall, as now we have Earth, Earth, Water, and Earth that can tap for anything. We're going to Lena special. Okay. Interesting. Say, well, if you're going to do that, I'm going to try to put this Bosch into play. And Ryan just says, okay, that's great. I'm going to... So Bosch will die. Do we opt to take the point of damage still? We do. Okay, so we can search for an Earth or Fire character. Still can't get 4-color wool online. What else do you grab here? I mean, Ferris, I guess? Ferris could search out Refia. Yeah, Ferris search Refia. If Ryan doesn't have another Arc in hand, we could actually clean up this board. Yeah, Mike has technically hit 2 bursts, but the Cryo didn't have any ability, or there's no target for it to recur, so Kusith is, or not Kusith, Cuchulainn is the only one that's done anything. Looks like we're thinking of Ferris first. Hopefully we still have Water CP. No, we're... Oh, nice. Okay, so we're going to play Arc. We're on damage 3. We'll get to activate 3 Job Warriors of Light and also try to recur a target from the break zone. Do we have Mist Dragon? Yeah, we do. That's probably going to be it. Yep, and Mike just scoops it up at that point. If that had been able to resolve, maybe we got a chance. Ferris Refia can do some pretty crazy stuff, but Mist Dragon just says, nope, I don't think so. So we are on to our third and final decisive game 3. This time, Mike will get to decide if he wants to go first. I'm assuming he will. And he just couldn't get set up that game like he was able to in the last game. Zidane is very strong here, but I do wonder if he maybe overvalued it just a little bit. That he shouldn't have gone in on the Zidane as much as he did. We saw someone do that on Irvine there yesterday. Ryan had a really good curve out with his backups that game too. That really helped. All right, it is 3 p.m. on the East Coast. Happy Mother's Day to everyone watching, and this is going to be our third and final deciding matchup. Major thank you to the Haven Games for hosting the tournament, running it, allowing me to come on and guide you through all of the fun action and the zaniness we've seen over the weekend, the Zdaniness, if you will. And this is going to be our final match with, I guess it's Mono Earth versus 4-color Warrior of Light, but it also feels like 4-color Warrior of Light on Ryan's side just because that card can put on so much pressure in there. Mike does not like his hand, goes for a mulligan. I hope this is at least like a back and forth. I hope someone doesn't brick. Ooh, Mike might have bricked. I see a Tyro. He's trying to heart of the cards his way into something he likes better. He may have to turn one Tyro here. Yep, turn one Tyro. Has to get rid of 3 summons, Kuchelane, an Earth summon, as well as the big Leviathan. So, we can technically goes for Zidane. Okay, I was actually thinking maybe you go for Bosch because Bosch lets you curve into what's it called? You could Bosch, you could then use Bosch to go get Claris if he runs it. Claris could get King Tycoon. King Tycoon could get Lena. You could technically get to your 4 colors from it. And we're just jamming. Oh my goodness. Mike says, nope. It's Zidane or bust, baby. Gets rid of Claris. Okay, I mean, maybe this is worth it because he is going to disrupt Ryan's first turn. Hecaton. Do you take that because you don't want him to just blow up your Tyro? No, he takes all his backups and hits a Toto. 3 backups just removed from Ryan's deck. Oh man, Mike is like, it's Zidane or bust, baby. Nothing else matters. And nothing else matters. Which causes Ryan to have to just put out a Leatherworker. Is this Zidane? He's 6 points away. Is he going to just take us to the promised land? Holy moly. Could it be? Dude, I will never let Ghoul hear the end of this if this Zidane carries this game. It kind of seemed crazy, but I mean, it makes a sort of sense, right? There goes a Chaos. It's like, hey, Ryan, his deck is built upon seeing all these backups. And are we casting Leo? Only thing that makes me a little nervous, the more colors you put out, the easier you are going to make it to have a Chaos come down. And now he's got 4 colors on the board. Ooh, boy. Ooh, boy. Yeah, it did look like Ryan had Titan in hand, so he could have just bopped the Zidane, but I don't know. Maybe he just thought, this isn't going to work for Mike. Like, he's like, maybe he just thinks, he won't get there off of this. We could Toto. This isn't a terrible board to Toto. Tyro? Looks like 5. So, okay, so paying 3, we do have the Chaos. Yeah, that's what I was a little worried putting the Leo out. Like, you just don't even want to give him that line, make him pay more for it. I mean, if we have Arc here, the game just kind of ends, doesn't it? Leo, we pass. I'm assuming no Arc. We do have 6 cost Leviathan in hand. So we could send Chaos packing, put him on top of the deck. Well, could we slack him into damage? No, we would have to check the hand first to force the draw and then hit him into damage. Go to combat. So there's no Arc. There's some Leos. There's the Hecatons. I can't really see what that middle card is. There's an Ingus. Puts Hecaton. Draws a card. Now he might say, no, goes to damage. Hits a Mist Dragon. Okay. Zidane's sticking around. Oh my goodness. So, well, we've got 2 Earth backups. There's Ingus. Are we going to actually start building the board? And he goes to the Limit Break again. Mike just aggressively using this Limit Break deck. Uses the Leo. I kind of wondered if he was already going so aggressive anyway. Is there a part that says you just shoot off that big Levy 6? And that way you can just send the Chaos off the field? Then again, he has no cards in hand now, right? So even if you Arc, it's like, okay, go ahead. You're not going to make me discard. And he actually technically has 3 colors. Looks like Ryan's finally going to try to get to his own game plan, going in on the Tyro. Goes for Une. Don't hate the Une at all. This Zidane would be difficult to recast, if not impossible to recast. Yeah, because we have no fire or earth. Are we just going to slap out the Une? We are, yeah. Ryan's like, okay, I'm done with that little monkey ruining my board. Leo will disappear into the void of the limit break. We will send back Lena. We do keep Zidane around, but maybe at this point he's like, I've got Une. You've got to answer my Une now, right? If you let this Une stick around, here's another good argument for keeping that 6-cost Leviathan. I'll just start getting back summons, and then I'll just outvalue you that way. Did we just arc? I'm assuming we just arced. I looked away for like 1 second. There's Kryl. We can get back a summon or a 5 forward. We do? We get back to summon. Are we going to hard? No, we don't have the CP to pay for this. Well, we'll just give it up to play the Lena. Okay, that makes sense. He either tightened or he arced the Zidane. I'm assuming it was Titan because Mike still had cards in hand. We do have Une on the field now for Ryan. Mike does have a good backup line for a while, but... Oh, he just chaosed. Okay, he used the chaos effect. That makes sense. That's why Leo disappeared too. Thank you. Yeah, I literally like glanced over at the chat for a second and I was like, huh? Paying for those leather workers, man. The leather workers joined the union. They're like, we are not working for free anymore. You want us to come down. You want us to be in the backup line. You got to pay us for it. And did we just pass on Mike's turn? Looks like we did. Is Ryan going to start putting on pressure on damage? I'm sure he'd like to develop his backup some more if he's able to. We just pass him back? Yeah, we just pass back. So actually, I'd like you to take your turn, please. I do see a Lena in hand. We could Lena special. Try to get Zidane back. Very possible Ryan has Mist Dragon at this point. And if he doesn't have it in hand, if there's one in the break zone, Une can just snap it back for us. Oh yeah, the leather workers are like holding signs like, we're not coming down without backups, not coming down without backups. So we have Kuchelane. I mean, you could try to use it on Une, but Ryan can just in response still get a summon back. That doesn't seem great. Honestly, Toto here isn't terrible, but I'm assuming we don't have it. I can see Kuchelane, and there's a Sarah FFL. Looks like that's what we're going in on. Water, fire. Did we not have... Oh, that's Ingus down, isn't it? It's not Lunith. I was like, we had the wool in hand. I'm kind of surprised we didn't snap that off. Yeah, I think that's Ingus down underneath the Kryl. So we are very earth heavy right now. Go and get Refia. If we play the Refia off the Tyro, it is technically its ability is live. So we could tuck one of these cards, potentially get an activation. Obviously, if Ryan has like Arc in hand, that'd be really cruel. So we get, looks like we picked Refia and Arc. Arc's only going to be doing reactivation currently. We're not anywhere close to damage 3 at the moment. We essentially just got it so we could pitch it for the Refia. So we do have one Refia spin. Ryan is going to do something about this. Is it Titan? Just going to bop her on the noggin. I'm assuming it's Titan. And yep, it's Titan. So we'll say 9,000 damage to Refia. We can respond by at least putting Une on the bottom of the deck, which we'll do. Ryan, of course, will respond by dulling Une to get something back from his break zone. Looks like he's getting back Kusith. Is he casting it right away? Why did the Garnet go into the break zone? Or was he just picking up the Garnet and putting it back down? Okay, well, it looks like he picked up Kusith. Here comes Mist Dragon. Go ahead and remove Mike's break zone. So that's at least one less Refia to worry about. And all right, now it's looking more like a proper backup game, although Mike is in top deck mode. So as aggressive as this one started out, we're kind of slowing down here for a moment. Looks like we did draw Lunith. So we may just have to do a pass here from Mike. Yep. He needs to draw into something with a little more gas. You could crack the Sarah for the Lunith, but any help on the burst? I don't think so. I think that was Refia that went to damage. The finals thing is covering it up, so I can't really see it, but okay, so he cast the Kusith and then just got the Kusith back. There is Epitaph, and we are on a full 5 backups now at this point. We didn't even bother to search, it looks like. Either we knew we didn't have any targets or just didn't want them. Another pass from Mike. Oh, man. I mean, he's reloading his hand, but 2 turns in a row where you don't do anything. And that is... I can't tell what that card is. Kind of looks like an Earth card. Summon, maybe? Yeah, I have no idea what that card is. That just went to damage. 1 cost for Ingus. Going to go ahead and search us out any Earth forward of our choosing. Do we get Leo at this point? Or maybe 4 cost Warrior of Light? People are saying it's Amaterasu. Maybe it's easier for you guys to see it on a bigger screen. Yeah, it's like the word finals is blocking that very heavily for me. At this point, Ryan's just kind of doing whatever he wants. And yep, Une's going to bounce Lena back to hand. We have King Tycoon. Looks like maybe a Lunith. All those backups that Mike didn't see earlier when he went in on the Tyro Zidane play are showing up now. We doing Toto? Yep. Oh, Shantoto. Does that finally put us on 5 colors? Toto and Tyro or anything? Water and... I can't... Is that still Earth? It's not ideal, man. Take a point of damage. Hey, there's a bonus burst. King Tycoon says, go ahead and get Ferris or Lena. And then Bosch says, hey, go ahead and pick yourself up something nice too while you're at the store. Yeah, Mike started to shuffle his deck. I was like, I mean, you're searching again. I don't think you need to shuffle. 4 cost wall. Can we cast 4 cost wall finally? Oh yeah, Earth, Water, and then Tyro Toto can just be whatever they want. Wind, Fire. Someone's saying he paid Une without Water again. Is that true? Well, he's got Tyro on his backup line. Couldn't he just tap that? I'll say, I'm assuming he just used Tyro. All right, well, this is shaping up into something. It started so strangely with the Tyro into the Blitz Zidane. Zidane didn't quite carry us all the way to the finish line, but it did give us a start. These decks, specifically Mike's deck, starting to look a little thin there too, so we are on somewhat of a clock. Here comes Gilgamesh. Okay, Gilgamesh is going to break this Gabranth. Mike's probably okay with that. Gilgamesh does have full Earth online, so he should be 9,000 power, and he can't be broken outright, although I don't think there's anything in Mike's deck that does like straight breaking like that. Here comes 4-color wall. Does it resolve? Yes. The mainstay of the deck, the reason we're playing it, finally hits the field. He's ready to go in. Now, this wall can just die to this Gilgamesh on the backswing, so we kind of do need more to make sure wall doesn't just die. We also want to be careful we don't run into our own Shantoto from Ryan's point of view. Although, actually, Ryan does not have any breakable backups down. So he doesn't have a minor. So Ryan actually cannot get down unless he, like, hackathons his own backup line. I don't think Une can target your own backups. So, yeah, unless there's some other trick in Ryan's deck I'm not aware of, I don't think he can get down a Toto. Here comes Ferris. We're on damage 3. Do we search out Refia? Get our last one? We are going to do, yeah, a bunch of damage to Gilgamesh, so we can kill this on the stack with Warrior of Light. Swinging for damage, dull it to deal a point of damage. Ryan may have to Toto from his limit break zone. I don't think he's used one yet. We actually go get Arc. Are we out of Refia? Do we have it in hand, maybe? So this Gilgamesh should have, I think, 7,000 damage on it. Presumably we'll swing in, kill it on the stack with the Warrior of Light ping. Oh boy, this is getting intense. Mike asking to check Ryan's break zone. Yeah, he either has the final Refia in hand or they're all gone. So, because I don't see why he would ever pick Arc in that situation over Refia. Checking his limit break. I guess in theory you could Titus here, and maybe that's what he's considering. Do you want to Titus here? I don't know. Like, if you Titus and you take off one of those backups, he can backup Toto you at this point. Granted, I don't know how many Ryan is running, and we know one's in damage, so if Mike remembers, maybe he's clear. Okay, so finally go to combat. We'll kill that on the stack. Take a point of damage. It's a Kryl. It's a Kryl. There could be an argument. If Mike's got too many cards in hand, he might. Yeah, he does. I was like, I think that you might just discard for hand size and pass. I don't think you force anything else out here. So I don't think Ryan has used a limit break yet. So he could go to limit break Shantoto. Would wipe out his whole limit break deck, but it does at least get Ferris and Warrior of Light off the field, and they're just gone. Mike cannot get them back. We do have Chaos. Okay. Chaos is completely free. Chaos Arc here is also very, very good. Gives over the Ferris, of course. Not going to give up 4-color wool. And do we have the Arc? Well, if you have the Arc, you probably snap it off beforehand, right? Just make sure you get the 4-color wool. Mike's hands are going a mile a minute. I'm sure the nerves are high here. I wonder if this is timed. Usually the finals are like untimed, but there's Ingus. We're going to go ahead and search ourselves out in Earth Forward. Mike says, yep, that's good. Is it Genova Synthesis? No, we get our own 4-color Warrior of Light. Okay. We don't have the color fixing yet to get it down, but a Leo would do that for us. We could just pitch a card in hand from for Leo. Is that what we're going to do? The tension in the room is thick. We're going to cast Titan, shoot it for... Or no, we'll just break a dull forward, not shoot it for 9. So attempt to break a dull forward. Does Mike have a response to this? We could miss Dragon. I don't think he has anything to... Oh, yeah, he could. He can activate. He can use the Sarah. Yeah, it just says, okay, I'll activate that in response. And that's it. We just pass. Well, we did get a backup out of him. It's kind of like just casting a Hecaton. So Mike does have the best body on the field. You probably don't want to leave this Chaos around, not only for arc purposes, but also you don't want him sacrificing your Ferris to kill your 4-color beater. Likely a 4-color beater of our own is coming out, but not if Zidane has anything to say about it. Ryan has no answer, so we have Mist Dragon, Wool, Une, Genova Synthesis, and whatever's under the Mist Dragon. Could be a Gilgamesh, might be a Titan. I can't quite tell what that card is. This is interesting. If it's not Leo too, then technically the Wool's dead in hand. We can't actually use it for anything. Don't know if you... Oh, you might care about Mist Dragon if you're trying to Amaterasu. This is interesting. Yeah, it goes for the Genova Synthesis. We have Zidaned Ryan a lot, so it is possible Ryan could be getting low on deck size too. Because we've done a lot of milling just from that. Someone saying it's Shadow Lord. Yeah, it could be Shadow Lord. I'm gonna go to combat. I'm gonna say so we go in with Wolf first. Do we block with anything? We can put him to 6. None of these cards can block Zidane. No, yeah, we just take Ingus just takes it on the chin. Shoot Zidane for 3. Zidane should be able to safely get in now. Mike says, let's take another peek at that hand. What did we draw? Did we draw a second Shadow Lord? Or is it whatever cards that's on the bottom? Was it the Une? I think we drew the Une. Oh, and there's arc into damage. Ryan would have loved to have seen that. Zidane just saluted that card and said, ground control to major arc. Get the hell out of here, sir. Mike's on damage 3, right? I think he's got Amat, Refia, and King Tycoon into damage. Oh boy. Oh boy. And we pass. We are going to try to misdragon our opponent's break zone. A lot of backups. Doesn't look like we lost anything too valuable on Mike's side. Ryan probably just trying to dig deeper, find out something to get out of this. I would be curious to know how many cards these guys have left in deck. They've both drawn a lot. Ryan has had a lot of cards removed from Zidane. Zidane coming back in the end like an annoying little kid, like, yeah, you think you're going to get me, she? So it looks like, did we cast Kusith? We're misdragoning the break zone. Yeah, we tried to cast Kusith. Don't know what our target was, but Misdragon says, I don't care what it is, get out of here. And, oh, okay, now Ryan said, all right, you've pushed me to my limit. I'm going to hit Titus. Oh, and he just Amaterasu's it. What, you know, you can wait to make him pay the 3. You don't have to do it on entry. You can just wait for him to pay the 3, and he would have to tap Tyro and pitch a water card specifically. Did he pay did he discard it from hand? I'm guessing he didn't. But yeah, Ryan doesn't have like Leo on the board, so Ryan would have had to pitch cards from hand. I'm kind of surprised Mike didn't let him pay 3 for that. So here comes Cloud. Cloud will get rid of Zidane. And Mike has spent most of the resources in his hand. We'll ping him for 5. Yep, which will finish it off because it took 8,000 from the Amat. Yeah, that'd be my only critique of that, is if he didn't wait for him to pay the 3, he should have let him pay the 3 first and then kill it. And he didn't need to fire it off that quickly. Yeah, make him invest in it. Because potentially, especially like if I don't know how he would have done off his backups, but if he taps the Tyro for that, now he doesn't have the ability to use Cloud. And maybe this is just GG then. So a little hasty there from Mike. Warrior of Light, of course, the best forward you could pretty much have in this spot. Now, Ryan does have the Chaos. He can still Chaos the Ferris. So he could just outright kill this wall, stop it from coming in. Mike checking to see what he has. I don't know if he has anything left in his limit break. I don't honestly remember how much he's done this game. This game feels like it's gone on for 1,000 years. It's nice you actually get a back and forth one here for the finals. Started off kind of strange, but we're getting somewhere. Are we casting Misdragon? Nope, we're casting Ferris. We're on damage 3. We're going to do a bunch of the board, but Ryan also has a Ferris, so Ferris will at least like return ping some of that. I mean, it'll only be one instance of 3,000, but I'm assuming Chaos, right? Or even Cloud. I mean, there's no reason to shoot this Ferris again, because then she's just going to shoot you back again. And then she shoots, you shoot, she shoots, you shoot, and it's just forever and ever and ever. So we do target the Chaos. So the Chaos should have 4,000 on it. Technically, Ryan can fire back with his Ferris. We are getting a low deck, and Mike. I almost wonder if you failed a search there. I mean, maybe you're not worried about deck out. Maybe you're just trying to win here and now. But looks like you went to search. Yeah, you're searching out Luna. You're not getting Refia. Ryan's like, all right, I'll do like a tiny cut because there's not much of this deck left. Oh boy. Maybe he needed the Luneth for CP. What do we have, Mike? There's Zidane. He ain't done yet. But baby, you just ain't seen Zidane yet. Dum dum. And Zidane cannot be blocked by anything on this board. So we have a Warrior of Light and Shadow Lord. You don't actually even need to pick the Shadow Lord at this point, yeah, because Shadow Lord can't. Well, if we get rid of the Chaos, then you could bring down Shadow Lord. So send in Warrior of Light, ping off Chaos. Chaos, of course, is going to sack in response. Yeah, I wonder if you should have sent Zidane in first for that. He's going to block with Cloud. Oh, man, oh, man, oh, man. Yeah, maybe you should have sent Zidane. No, and that's it. Ryan shakes his hand. I'm assuming that's it for Mr. Mike Powell, the Moogle Man. Give it up for your champion of the 2004 Florida Materia Cup for Final Fantasy trading card game. Woohoo! Congratulations to Mike. Ryan, you made a hell of an effort in that last game. Wow. Okay, so when Mike looks back on this, he's gonna say it was that turn one Zidane, like just messing up his backing curve, making sure there's nothing else he could do. I would love to know how many cards they both got down to in at the end of that too. Like, surely we know Mike's deck was super. Did I say 2004 or is it 2020? It's 2024. Sorry, I said 2004 earlier. Yeah, I would love to know just how you guys didn't know. We've been watching this game so long, we actually looped through time. There's so many plays. We see that's what happens when like Amaterasu and Miss Dragon get cast too many times. It disrupts the time stream. Oh boy. Well, that was fun. That was really fun to watch. That was a fun finals to watch. That Zidane definitely paid off for Mike. This man, I mean, he already has his invite. So he's going to collect the trophy as well as whatever prizes else are available. That was a heck of a game to watch. Thank you all for enjoying it and watching it with us. Stick around for just a second. I don't know if we'll have any kind of ceremony. I don't think they really do player interviews or anything, but we're not going to go quite off the air just yet. But we will chat with some folks and see what Matt wants me to do to kind of wrap up here this day in Florida. Congratulations again to Mike Powell for winning it all with his classic 4-color Warrior of Light list. Warriors of Light, folks, not meant to be taken lightly. Sounds like they're out there celebrating at the store. Thank you, Nighthawk. I appreciate the compliment. I was happy to bring it to you all, and I hope you enjoyed. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I enjoyed delivering it to you. It was a fun tournament, and I'm very tired. I'm going to be very grateful to go grab some lunch and maybe take a nap after this. Yeah, it sounds like they're doing like an award ceremony in the background. Matt, are you around? Thank you, Woke Joker. Just saw your comment in the comments. If you're still here, I appreciate that. Thank you. I'm trying to get a hold of Matt to see if there's anything else we can show or say or do, or if we're just gonna close her up at this point, but Matt, you here, buddy? Matt, you here? Well, I don't know. I feel like a Simpsons joke where it's like, I don't know if he's coming back. Rudros, you ready for Collector's LQ this Saturday? Am I ready? No, in the sense that I don't have a deck selected and I need to do, which I don't know when I'm going to do because I'm very tired and have a bunch of dumb work stuff I have to do. But am I going to play? Yes, I will. I don't know whose screen name that is, the Wolf0060, but hello. I'm assuming you're someone who will be there. Sounds like they're still doing some pricing announcements, but I think that's about it. All right, folks, I am going to wrap up here myself and sign out. If they happen to get Mike over for an interview, I'll be happy to jump back in and talk to him, but I think this might just be it. And he might just come over and close the stream, say a final goodbye. So, on behalf of myself, Rudros Entertainment, as well as the Haven Tabletop Games, I just wanted to say thank you so much for watching. I hope you enjoyed watching it as much as I'm sure we enjoyed bringing it to you. So thank you, and have a great Mother's Day. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. We've got a lot more Final Fantasy action coming up in the coming weeks. Local qualifiers, Chicago Materia Cup in 2 weeks. What do we got after that? San Diego, Texas. Way more to come in the season. So I hope you're enjoying Opus 22. And thank you so much for watching. Until next time, take care.
All right. That is the end of the event. It ended a little bit ago, but we are now just closing stream after congratulating the winner, Mike Powell, and getting everybody's prizes out. Thank you so much, everybody, for watching. We are going to end the stream here, just with the final goodbyes. Thank you, everybody, so much for coming out. The community was amazing. We loved everybody here that was playing. Obviously, we've been reviewing chat and all that kind of stuff, so we do have feedback for ourselves as well as for future events. So we really appreciate everybody coming out and making sure we knew everything that was going on stream while we could not be right next to the computer. So thank you so much, everybody. Thank you to Red Rose for doing our awesome stream commentary. Again, as always, amazing. You can never go wrong grabbing him for commentary. So we really appreciate it. Appreciate our judges. They, while spread thin, they were doing an excellent job managing everything, considering the amount of people here and all the amount of things going on. Hopefully next year we can secure maybe a third and a fourth judge. That would be great. So if you are interested in judging any future Materia Cups, drop us an email or give us a call so we can start queuing them up for next year, so we can get to have more for future events. So awesome, guys! Thank you so much. I hope you guys have a good day. I hope you enjoyed the stream. I know everybody here was enjoying the event. Everybody's having a blast. We're running, I think, still running 3 side events right now, 2 drafts, a standard, and a title. So we are super excited to be hosting. We're very thankful. Thank you, Square, for letting us host again this year. And we hope to see you all next year.